I'd like to welcome everybody to the March 9th, 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting. A quick reminder that if you'd like to speak on any agenda item, please submit a public comment card to member of county staff. And a reminder that the executive order pertaining to wearing a facial mask and facial coverings inside the chamber and inside the building is still in effect. If for some reason you require an exemption from wearing a mask, we have a remote facility for you to make your comments to the board, and a member of county staff will help facilitate that. We'll start with agenda item 1, call to order. 1A, roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Bernard?
Here.
Mayor Kerner?
Here.
Commissioner Marino?
Here.
Commissioner McKinley?
Here.
Commissioner Sachs? Here. Vice Mayor Weinroth?
Here.
Commissioner Weiss?
Here.
Thank you.
Very good. If you'll please join me in rising for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Dear God, we are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. We pray for strength and guidance for each day as it comes, for each day's duties, for each day's problems. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence with us. Amen. We'll move now to agenda item 2A, adoptions, deletions, and substitutions. Madam Administrator, you're recognized.
Mayor, members of the board, we have no additions, deletions, or substitutions this morning.
Very good. Is there a
Move
motion?
adoption.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Marino to adopt the agenda as published. All in favor? All opposed? The agenda has been adopted 7-0. We'll move now to item 3, the consent agenda. Is there any member of the Board of County Commissioners that would like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Very good. Are there any
Mayor?
public comment cards, Commissioner Bernard?
No, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Bernard and seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth to move the consent agenda forward. There's no public comment or members from the board. All in favor? All opposed? Consent agenda passes 7-0. We'll move now to agenda item 4, special presentations, which can be found on page 52 of the published agenda. We're going to start with a very important presentation, 4A, Certificate of Appreciation, presented to my good friend and colleague, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Michael Gauger.
Thank you, Mayor Kerner. It's my honor today to recognize the public service. We don't often get to do this because of the number of years he served this community. Let me read our certificate. Palm Beach Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Michael Gauger, thank you for your 5 decades of dedicated service to the residents of Palm Beach County, especially your tireless efforts working on numerous substance use disorder and mental health initiatives. Your compassion and unceasing drive to help individuals better their lives will be dearly missed. Presented on this 9th day of March 2021 by the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners. Chief Gauger, you've served 50 years in the law enforcement community, protecting the visitors and residents of Palm Beach County. If you'll join us, Mayor, if you are okay, we put our masks on, if we could take a group photo. And Chief Gauger, if you want to say a few words.
After he's done speaking.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to say I didn't do those 50 years by myself. I had some fabulous folks that I worked for, 6 sheriffs, starting with Bill Heitman, Richard Willey, Bob Newman, Charlie McCutcheon, Sheriff Bielik, and Rick Bradshaw. So they allowed me to do what I've done. And the people that I worked with worked diligently to make a difference in our communities. Community policing, building parks, cleaning up neighborhoods, doing the things that were important for everyone. Starting after-school programs, tutoring programs, athletic programs in neighborhoods. Could not have done it by myself, but with the approval of the sheriffs that I work for and the people in green that stood beside me and worked with me to get it accomplished. So thank you. Thank you for the recognition. That's very good. Just wanted to add one more. My family. My wife of 44 years, who stood by me and supported me doing all of those little things that took the extra time. So thank you, Phyllis.
Well said. And Commissioner McKinley will join Chief Deputy Gauger up here on the dais for a picture.
Perfect. Thank you.
I noticed that.
Make each other look tall. Congratulations. Yep. Wish you all the best.
All those jailers, who are we gonna call? Right, who you gonna call?
Mayor Kerner, I'd just like to add thank you for giving me the honor to present that to Chief Gauger. He is one of my most famous constituents, so it was an honor to do that today.
He certainly is, and I'm sure he's got a lot of stories to tell, and I'd love to hear some of them one day, particularly when he was working with my father a long time ago. My father, Deputy Chief of Police of Lake Worth, retired, has always been a dear friend of Chief Deputy Gauger, and I don't think the public knows the full sacrifice that a career in law enforcement requires, and certainly Chief Deputy Michael Gauger is a very honorable and very effective representation of a profession that we respect dearly. So thank you for joining us here today, and thank you for your many years of service to this county. That concludes Agenda Item 4A. We're going to move now to Agenda Item 4B, COVID-19 update by Dr. Alonso and county staff. We're joined today by three very effective professionals. We have Dr. Lena Alonso, who we all know very well. She's the director of the Department of Health. We have Miss Mary Blakeney, who's our new director of emergency management for Palm Beach County. And we have Darcy Davis, the chief executive officer of the Palm Beach County Healthcare District, three of the tips of the spears that consist of a very large, very committed team to protecting Palm Beach County from COVID-19. And I'll recognize Dr. Alonso first.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you.
Mayor, for allowing me to be here today, and Commissioners, good morning. County Administrator, good morning again. How are you? Okay, so my presentation today is going to, of course, give you an update of what's going on, but I've got a few other things in here, including conversation about the executive order, showing the difference between our state order and the federal order, because that's caused a lot of confusion for folks, as well as talking a little bit about the variants that we have, the mutations that we have in the viruses, and how that is affecting us. So to start off with, you know, I like to look at the world first, and so there we have our numbers in terms of our cases. Since our last meeting, we've had close to 2 million new cases in this 30 days since our last meeting, and we've had over 60,888 more deaths since our last meeting. So we continue to be #1 country in the world with the most cases and the most deaths. As we look at our curve, we're finally seeing that downward trend, but there's one thing that concerns me. Right here, this little section here. I want this thing to keep going down and not do this little flip. It kind of reminds me of this little flip right here and this little flip right here. That's not a good sign. Why? Because we need this to continue going down. As the curve starts going down, what people get is complacent. We've done this 3 times now. We got to get it right. I do not want to have a 4th wave. Are you all in agreement with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have to keep everything in place until that curve goes down to the bottom again. It's not just good enough to be going down. We've got to get it all the way down. And we in the world have to all concentrate on this right now and make sure we get it right this 3rd time. Our numbers here for Florida and for this county, I've put them next to each other. Basically, in Florida now, we have 1.9 million cases. Palm Beach County has 123,520. Our new cases for Florida were 3,494. We had 230. As you can see, our numbers have been going up and down, but why does this thing never point where I want it? You can see some highs, but then even a low, and so our numbers have been averaging approximately 400 cases per day. That has kept us able to trace and to contact people much better than we were when we were having 1,000, obviously. At that point, if you all remember, I said you really can't do contact tracing when you're having 1,000 cases a day. You just can't do it. And as a matter of fact, many of the states have actually given up on the contact tracing, which I think is the only thing that we have that can actually control our communities. So we continue to do it as aggressively as we can. It's not perfect, but it certainly is the best that we can do it with these numbers of cases. The other thing that I want to compare is our hospitalizations for both Florida. You see that about 4% of the cases have been hospitalized, and for Palm Beach County it's 5%. So we have a few more people in the hospital, and that makes sense because we have such a larger senior population. The deaths, at one time we were way above 5-6%. We're even with the state now at 2%. And our cases in facilities and correction in Florida, the number is 4% of the cases. Ours is 5%. In terms of long-term care, again, makes sense because we have so many senior citizens in Palm Beach County. And in correction, we are actually below the number of cases in correction. We're only at 1%, where the state is at 2%. So that's just an overall comparison in terms of our cases. The governor's executive order. So we have added several new categories. The last one that was ordered just yesterday is the one in red. And again, notice that in the wording, we keep emphasizing this, that it says that during the first phase, the governor has left us in phase 1. I'm going to show you the chart to show how that fits in. He's still calling this phase 1, and it says that all providers administering COVID vaccine shall only vaccinate the following populations. So when people start asking us, we need to please vaccinate me, we have to follow the governor's executive order. So the age has been dropped to 60 instead of persons 65 and older. Now it says persons 60 years of age and older. We remain the same with healthcare professionals with direct patient contact. K through 12 school employees 50 years of age and older, so therefore we cannot vaccinate all employees. And I will show you how that is the difference between the executive order here in Florida and the federal ruling. Sworn law enforcement officers 50 years of age and older, and the firefighters 50 years of age and older. So our phases, why am I bringing this? I'm bringing this to show you where I think we are. In phase 1, the whole idea was that there was going to be very limited vaccine, as we saw early on. We had closed pods, and we had to follow the state-designated priorities. We move now to adding, we have moderate vaccine availability. We've expanded the population categories and the groups, and we have closed and open pods where we are both doing by appointments, but we also have open pods with no appointments available, especially through the federal folks coming in, as well as our state strike teams coming in. So in a way, we've moved into phase 2, but we're still calling it phase 1, I think, because we still have limited vaccine. We really don't have it flowing, robustly yet. So until we get more vaccine, then I think we'll be more into the phase 2, and then finally we'll be in phase 3, hopefully by April. We have moved up the idea that by phase 3 we'll be able to do the general public and get the vaccine. The president has moved that to May instead of June, so 1 month ahead of what we thought we would be doing, which would be very good. And if we continue to spread the vaccine the way it's going now, we will definitely get there. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean that because we have this, we can all feel like a 15-year-old again and think that we can just go out there and play and be safe. Because the vaccine only guarantees that you will not be having complications, hospitalizations, death. It will protect you in that way, but it doesn't mean you can't have it. It doesn't mean you can't have breakthrough and still get the virus. So the masks are still required, our distancing is still required, our sanitizing, our washing our hands is very, very important. Soap and water is still better than anything else. Grandma taught us that. We need to remember that. So please keep all that in mind. I know I got my vaccine, and any of you who have gotten your vaccine, you walk out feeling really good. But check that feeling of good, because we still have to protect ourselves and protect those around us. The highlight here is for our number of vaccinations that we've done. And the only reason, I know you can't read that from the back, but basically it's to brag a little bit about how well we've done in terms of vaccinations. Palm Beach County has vaccinated 300,000. And the only one ahead of us, we're right around next to Broward, has 310. So we've been in a lot of competition between Broward and us. So we're just 7,000 cases below them. And Darcy, we got to get one of those masks going so we can beat them again. But the metro counties are all doing really well, and we're staying ahead of many of the other counties, even though we started later and we don't have any of the federal sites that are really the ones doing the big vaccinations. And that's not because we can't, that's because we haven't gotten vaccine. The other one is the coverage of the vaccine. And so here is where you really see the population that each one of us has. The metro counties are those with over 100 million, a million population. That's what we consider metro in Florida. And you can see our population and the number of the population over 65, and see the percent that we vaccinated. So we're way ahead of Broward here at 66% versus 62 for Broward. We're ahead of Duval, who has 61. We're ahead of Dade, who's only at 56. Orange, 55, and Hillsborough at 51. The governor wants all our counties to be at over 50% within the next month. And so sometimes some of the vaccine is being diverted to some of these counties that are doing a little worse. That's the usual reward in government. When you do well, you get stuff taken away from you. And so they're trying to even it out by making sure that other counties have vaccine. Nobody has no access to the vaccine. So that's very important statewide. And that makes sense because we travel and we cross borders. So it is important that our surrounding counties have vaccine or are able to vaccinate. So here's a little bit on the difference between our governor's executive order and what has happened with the federal retail pharmacy program, which has partnered with pharmacies. They have 21 national pharmacy partners right now to give out the vaccine through the pharmacies. And this will expand to over 40,000 different pharmacies. The plan is that all retail pharmacies will be included in this. And why are they doing this? So, well, before I get into that, the difference between the federal and the state. So the big difference in what the federal is doing is that they said on March 2nd, the president announced a directive that all states prioritize school staff and child care workers for the vaccination. So this means not just the teachers, but the school staff, anybody working in the schools, anybody working in the child care programs by the end of March. And so their program has expanded that at their sites with no restrictions, as opposed to the state saying that they have to be 50 and older. Okay, that's the big difference. And so if you are under 50 years old and you fit into that school staff, you have to go to the federally supplied pharmacies or the strike team, the set up sites by the feds, or the pharmacies that are supplied by the federal supply. Now that's difficult for the public to understand because you have to find out which ones are federal and which ones are state run. So very confusing for people and causing a lot of not knowing where to go. So we have to do a lot of explaining. We're trying to do as much messaging as possible by putting that up on our websites, but it's still very confusing for people. It would be much easier, right, if there was just one statement and we would all be doing it nationally, because people also travel from state to state. For example, I've had people come from Georgia that in Georgia they allow you to do X, Y, and Z, and they come here and then they get angry at us because we're not following the same thing as Georgia. It's like, sorry, you're in Florida now. But again, we have to follow our executive order because that's what the governor has allowed us to do. And so the other question that I get a lot is, well, why are they doing the pharmacies? Why are we not doing it another way? They decided to do the pharmacies because they're trusted sites. The personnel there are trained healthcare providers who are used to giving vaccines. They have direct access and knowledge to the patient populations in their specific communities. They can counsel and train the people that come to them for the vaccines, and they know how to administer the vaccine. They can provide the education needed for the vaccine itself, and they are easily accessible by the communities in which they happen to be doing business. The feds say that most Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy. We know that, for example, here in Palm Beach County, that is not true. We have many people that that are not within 5 miles of a pharmacy or a store that has a pharmacy in it, such as Publix or Walgreens. So for us, we are very aware of that. We've made sure that those areas that don't have access to these pharmacies are still getting the vaccine. It will eventually expand, but because of the limited supply, some may not have sufficient vaccine. And certainly all of them right now are very limited in what they're getting. They could do a lot more. So the CDC has created a web page that lists the pharmacy partners, but it lists them by, so if you go to Florida, it will tell you which pharmacies are doing business in Florida, but it doesn't bring it down to your city or to your county. So it's really not very helpful for us here in Palm Beach County, I think. So we still, our citizens are still required to go out there and search on their own or find out from their friends. And again, we're trying to message this both through our websites and through the messages that we give out to our community health workers that are out in the community and all our community partners, explaining to them where they can go and how they can get the vaccine. The program, this federal program, will give us more access, and also the biggest positive thing for us here in Palm Beach County is that everywhere that there's a federal pharmacy, that means that supply is coming from the feds and not taken away from the supply that we have here in the state. So, you know, I say continue to bring them in, bring in more. The more the better. We want to vaccinate more people in Palm Beach County. So it helps to improve the vaccine uptake and decreasing the logistic and operational burden on the state, local, and territorial health departments. That's a huge, huge concern that all of us have. We've been working now for a year on COVID. Our business continues to have to be handled, right? We still have to take care of hepatitis. We still have to take care of tuberculosis. We have not closed a single clinic during this entire year. So our staff, in many instances, are doing double time. The healthcare district has a lot of other things to do. We have to vaccinate our children. Kids that haven't gone to schools, many of them have not been vaccinated. So there's a lot of public health issues that we have to continue working with. And just as with the healthcare district in terms of their federally qualified health centers. So we can't do it all while this is going on. It's very disruptive to the regular work that we're doing. So it takes a lot of our time, not to mention just our time also in terms of planning, the county's time, the number of hours that we have spent planning, the number of calls that you have in your offices from the constituents that need answers, that's taken up more time of your staff. So this is all a burden, and so the more help that we get from the feds, the better that this will be so that more people can get vaccinated. So the other part here that I wanted to just touch on real quickly is this whole thing about the variants. Well, what is a variant? The variant simply means that viruses, by nature, all viruses mutate all the time. So this is not something particular to COVID. It has been going on for always. Variants sometimes are created and then they go away, and some persist. So we have 3 variants that have persisted, and they have these funny numbers, B.1, .1, .7. Well, nobody can remember that. So that's the UK, the United Kingdom variant. The P1 is the Brazilian, from Brazil variant, and the B1 351 is the South Africa variant. So on this map, it shows you who has the most number of cases of variant viruses. And as you can see, the one that sticks out in dark blue is Florida, followed by Michigan, a little section up there, Wisconsin, and then you have California, and then in the lighter green, or the darker green, you have Texas and a few other states. But we stick out way ahead of all the states. And I think it has to do with how many people travel here from all around, bringing those things here. So this is what it looks like by the counties. So the top county there is Miami, followed by Broward. So Miami has 80 of the UK viruses, variants, and 2 of the Brazilian variant. Broward has 227 UK and 2 Brazil variants, and we have 61 UK viruses and 2 also. Now, the Brazil one is the one that has had not more deaths. There has only been 2 deaths with these viruses, but more, very much more contagious. And the Brazil virus has had hospitalizations, several hospitalizations. So we are concerned. Why? The concern is that these variants can then become the predominant virus. And because they're so contagious, that is not a good thing. So we want to keep this down. Why Broward has so much more than all the other ones, we're not sure, because if it was by population, it would be Miami. But Broward is a big destination globally for travel and so forth, so that might have something to do with it. Usually it's where people are coming from. None of these cases that we've had have been traced to direct travel outside, so they're catching that here from someone else that's probably traveled. And the other issue is the fact that these are only tested when we suspect it. For example, we had a cluster of 30 people that became positive all at one time. We asked for the testing and we were granted. It was not a variant. It was a regular virus. So the fact that we have over 600 cases in Florida could be double, triple that amount, because it only gets tested if we suspect it. And not every state is even testing for it. So, big issue that we need to stay concerned, and if we stay on top of it, hopefully it will not affect us. But for that reason, in addition to the other reason I mentioned, we have to continue the 3 W's. We have to wear our mask, wash our hands, watch our distance. And I would say with this more contagious one, I would try to stay a little further than the 6 feet apart. I won't put that in there. Let's just stick with the 6 feet. I understand, but just think about it. The fact that this virus is more contagious, if you're sitting in any kind of a crowded place, if you're in close contact, especially when we're sitting down, we take off our masks to eat, or we're in any confined place with enclosed spaces, it'd be very, very easy to catch this from anybody who's there. And because it's so contagious, it's going to infect everybody within that area. That's my conclusion. Thank you very much. I'll wait for questions.
Very good. Thank you, Doctor. I don't see any questions from members of the board at this time. We'll move now to CEO Darcy Davis from the Palm Beach County Healthcare District. Thank you very much, Dr. Alonso, for the presentation.
I don't actually have any prepared comments this morning other than to thank you for your continued support of our efforts, and I'm here for any questions you have on vaccination efforts that involve us, so I can wait on those.
Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized.
Just a quick question to help our stakeholders. You know, there's a lot of pots where they're looking at to make appointments. Is the healthcare district taking appointments right now?
Yes, we
are. Can you explain how someone should be looking to get a vaccination right now?
Yes, they can go to vaccine.hcdpbc.org and select the category which they fall into according to the governor's current order. We will update that category listing on March 15th when the new order becomes effective. But then they can sit in the virtual waiting room, and as appointments come open with vaccine, we will push out a link for them to schedule themselves and complete all the forms. So we're still, yep.
Okay, and so if someone was on the original list from the Department of Health, you still have that list, so if they somehow
Correct.
got overlooked, you can go back, reference that, see that they should be put ahead of the line?
That's correct. There is a box that they can say yes or no, and we will verify whether they're, telling the truth and whether it was on the list that we have. And again, we will prioritize those individuals and push them, further up so that we can get them scheduled if we did miss them originally.
And as I understand it, right now, you're just getting 2 vaccines, only the Pfizer and the Moderna. You're not getting the J&J at this point.
That's correct. That's what we are aware of at this time, so no J&J for us at this point.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner McKinley, recognized.
Just a question for you first, Mayor. Do you want to let Mary do her presentation and then hold off and do questions all at once, or should I go with my questions now?
We can move to the emergency. I don't think there's any other questions at this point in time, so we'll move to Mary Blakeney.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. I'm joining you today on this 358th day of the EOC activation for COVID-19. I'm presenting the update on the COVID-19 phase restart program, and you can follow along with your matrix that we provided each of you. Remember, these are indicators that are designed to demonstrate resurgence. The red-colored indicator means the benchmark has not been met, and the green-colored indicator means the desired benchmark has been met. As seen on the matrix, we did not meet 2 of the indicators this week. Our overall positivity rate continues to increase, currently at 16%. The red line in the lower left-hand graph indicates a running 7-day average representing an overall increasing trend. The upper right graph shows the overall positivity rate has been steadily increasing since its low of 12.14% on October 25th. Although that previous slide was showing an increasing overall lab positivity rate, we are seeing a steady decline in our daily lab positivity rate. This is a good sign. The lower left-hand graph shows that during the last 2 weeks, our daily lab positivity rate has averaged 5.84%, which is above the target of 5%. The red line in this graph indicates a running 7-day average. We have seen a decreasing lab positivity rate for 3 consecutive weeks. As the chart in the lower left shows, over the last week, we saw fewer patients hospitalized with COVID-19. We are seeing approximately 5% of the total hospital beds countywide being used for COVID-19. The chart in the upper right shows the historical trend of COVID hospitalizations in Palm Beach County. When it comes to COVID-19 deaths, the graph in the upper right corner shows that our COVID-19 related deaths continue to slowly decline. We have seen our death rate, that is the number of deaths divided by the total number of COVID-19 cases, decrease slowly since mid-July. Our death rate currently stands at 2.04%. The 7-day average of daily deaths is averaging 1 death a day. Regarding positive ICU cases, over the last month, we saw fewer COVID-19 patients in our intensive care units countywide. The graph on the upper right shows the overall COVID ICU cases since April 2020. The graph in the lower left corner shows this week's trend. Currently, about 14% of all ICU beds countywide are occupied by COVID patients. That's about 61 patients per day countywide. Recall that treating an average of 49 patients per day in our ICUs was taking place on July 20th, 2020. The countywide ventilator utilization rate remains stable, and we have now moved to bi-weekly calls with the hospitals. Our daily med alerts, these are 911 calls for patients who are positively screened for COVID-like symptoms at the scene and are designated as med alerts. This is a representative countywide sample of people with COVID-like symptoms. We can see by the chart in the lower left corner that med alerts have on average decreased. This past week, the average decreased to about 8 patients per day. Our max was 37 a day on July 16th, 2020. As far as the emergency departments, we have seen that weekly counts of emergency department visits representing COVID-like illnesses has declined for the last 5 weeks. In the week of January 9th, 2021, we saw emergency department visits peak at 876 cases in a week. This week, we're down to 414. As far as testing remains strong. We have tested over 772,000 people within the county. Residents continue to have access to over 120 testing sites, and Palm Beach County Fire Rescue and local fire departments continue to take appointments for testing homebound residents. As Dr. Alonso stressed earlier, we want to show that we want to reduce the risks of COVID by wearing our mask, washing our hands, and watching our distance. In closing, our previous presentation of the CPR matrix showed 2 red areas. This week, we remain at 2. Our overall positivity rate continues to climb, although it's remained steady at that rate for the last 3 days. On a positive note, daily lab positivity rates have decreased 3 weeks in a row. Our hospitalization and ICU rates are decreasing, and our med alerts have decreased. It's another sign of hope is that we have vaccinated over 303,000 people in Palm Beach County. We continue to work having multi-agency daily leadership calls each evening. We continue to have calls with the state EOC 3 times a week. We are unified in our message to get as many shots in arms as quickly as possible as the supply of vaccine allows us. We have the infrastructure to achieve more towards that mission today. I want to assure you that the Division of Emergency Management, our partners that remain in the EOC, and the county are working closely with Dr. Alonso and her entire team as vaccines roll into our community. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Mary. We'll move now to questions. We'll start with Commissioner Bernard and then move to Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Alonso, I have a question, and this is probably to you and Darcy. In regards to vaccine sites, what are we doing in terms of getting like a permanent site on the eastern part of the county? Because I know we're at the fairgrounds. And, not having a vaccine site, a permanent site on the eastern part of the county is it's unacceptable.
We have a site.
Which one is that?
Mid-County Senior Center on Lake Worth Road. That's the health department site. And it's centrally located, and we're getting a lot of people from all around. Also, the fact that we're in an area of big need there in Lake Worth is very important also.
Okay, but like you've got in West Palm Beach, Revere Beach, Lake Park, that doesn't serve those areas. And also if you go down to Delray Beach, Boynton Beach, that whole area, like how we're serving those
We're
residents.
dividing it, again, we have limited vaccine, limited staff, so we have divided it south, central, north, and western.
Okay, but there's nothing on I just think that we need to do something, a permanent site on the eastern part of the county. And
Well, I think we would be happy to. I mean, we would love to have, that's why I'm encouraging federal sites as well as the pharmacies and everybody else to come in so that people can have it in their neighborhoods. Everybody wants it in their neighborhood. Everybody should have it in their neighborhood. That's the whole plan of the federal pharmacies. That's what will give that. But, there's just logistically, think about it. But we can talk about it. We can see what other ideas we come up with.
Yeah, Ms. Baker, I think that we've got to take a look at this because we've been talking about having a permanent site on the eastern part of the county to address the needs of the residents. And I've heard about it, we've talked about it, and it hasn't happened. And this is not acceptable at all for the residents of this county.
I believe that we are in a position, especially the fact that we opened the North County, which is off of I-95, and easily accessible by I-95 and the Turnpike, and it is in Palm Beach Gardens off Military Trail. We are working very closely with Riviera Beach. They have been a site. We know the logistics work in that location. And one of the things that we have been discussing and pushing toward as vaccine continues to become available, that is a location that we are looking to seriously consider, making sure we have the staffing from the healthcare district, along with working with the city and their fire department, and also if I need to pull in Palm Beach County Fire Department to assist in that area. Palm Beach Gardens stepped up to the table. Their fire department is working with the healthcare district at the North County site. The Delray area, Boynton Delray area, we have been doing some short-term special projects that the governor has done with faith-based at St. John's Church. And that has been a drive-through, which has worked very successfully. So once we get enough flow of vaccine in, we can then plan for the appropriate staffing to be in place so that we can, those are two areas we know work logistically that are not permanent at this time. We do anticipate getting more vaccine in. We're very anxious about that. And those would be the first two locations that I think we can consider as long as we've got the appropriate staffing. That is something that we're also going to be asking the state for assistance, because we will need additional healthcare assistance in those as we create more permanent locations. And so we're very sensitive to that issue, and we've definitely discussed it, and those are two areas that will definitely be very useful to us when vaccine is, we receive the appropriate vaccine.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor? Sure. We've talked about the Wells Recreational Center site for months, about being a permanent site for those residents. The residents don't have, most of those residents that live around those areas, they don't have cars. They can't go to the Mid-County Center. They can't go to the fairgrounds, so they can't go to other places. So we've been talking about it, and it's been a constant discussion, and it hasn't happened. And also in Delray Beach, I know, yes, you may do these pop-up one-day sites, but there needs to be a permanent site for the residents in those areas. And I've heard we've talked about it. This is just ridiculous that our residents cannot get a permanent site in those areas, and we've got to do all these makeshift sites and do pods here, pods there, but we need a permanent site, and it needs to be done, and it needs to be done immediately. Because, I've been to Riviera Beach, and they have a great setup, but the county has not done anything to make that permanent. It's just been constant. We talk about it. There's a desert in Delray Beach that those residents need to be vaccinated in Delray Beach and Boynton Beach, and they're not being vaccinated. And, quit giving me this nonsense about there's lack of availability. There's vaccines, but it needs to be shared throughout the county. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Palm Beach County government is in a supportive role. We don't make the decisions on where these vaccines go. We work very closely with our partners, and that is all that we can do is support, encourage, and ensure that when we get the vaccine, we're able to work with them.
But those sites, sites, who created those sites? Is it the county? Were we involved in creating those sites, or did the state or did the federal government set up those sites? It was county who set up those sites.
They were sites that the county owned when this first happened, so we could control it. We wouldn't have to put people out whenever new activities were happening. The first one was the South County site. The fairground, we worked very closely with them. We've got an agreement where we know exactly These projects will go through probably August. That's what the contract says. We have priority. We've designated those sites. North County was an area that was next that we were looking at, trying to again hit north, south, central, and west. We did work with Palm Beach Gardens. We were going to work with the State College, but the logistics worked better at Palm Beach Gardens. I'm not giving you any excuse. I am very sensitive to the fact that we need to make sure we're communicating and giving, providing services in all those neighborhoods.
Yeah,
When
but you
this
said
first
north,
started
south,
out
central,
without
and
the
west,
site, we
but
used
there's
the
nothing
pop-up.
on the east side.
We believe that the North County served the northern portion of the east side and Lake Worth.
How in the hell does it serve the portion of the east side?
Commissioner, I hear you. You
So
just,
we don't-
you tell
Like, how
me
does it
and we
serve the
work with
east
it.
side?
Well, I think Riviera Beach, Gardens is off Military Trail. It's a main corridor. I'm not saying that it doesn't, that Riviera Beach should not
Yeah, I
have a
just wanna know
said
what-
site. We've been working with them. That is what I've been recommending.
Oh,
But again,
we'll
we
have
are
to
in a
wait.
support role. We don't control the vaccine, so we can set it up. But if we don't have vaccine going there, and I don't control the vaccine.
All right, now we'll move to Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, a couple things. One is, on a positive note, we've been getting, at least my office and myself personally, been hearing really positive things about the experiences people have had coming to our vaccination sites and how efficiently they're run. And somebody called me yesterday, said they were in there, I think, for about 17 minutes. The 15 minutes was waiting, and the other 2 minutes was going in and getting their shot, and that was over at the the fairgrounds. I have a question regarding the state list, the Sharecare list. Has that been, I know people signed up on it, has that data been given to?
Yes. People are signing up on our website. I will mention that. It's myvaccine.fl.gov, and the telephone number for those who don't have access to a computer or the internet is 866-201-6754. The TTI line is 833-476-1532, and there's also a helpline if you have questions regarding anything about COVID, is 833-540-2027. 2027. That number again, 833-540-2027. We are not going to utilize the appointment system set up by Sharecare because it is not personalized enough for our clients. We need to call them 48 hours by phone, talk to them, tell them what they need to bring, remind them. So what we're doing is we're using the list, going through the list. There's a lot of duplication. A third of the people on the list have already gone elsewhere. So what people are doing is they're signing up at all the different websites, all the different counties, and then whoever calls them first, that's where they go. So it's very time-consuming for our staff and for the healthcare district staff to have to go through these and figure out who is still on, okay? But that's okay, 'cause we're doing that, and we're doing that by phone and making sure people get good instructions. That's why they appreciate coming to the sites, because they're in and out. They have everything they need with them. So that's how we're handling that list, and I think it's more efficient than having them make the appointments for us and only giving us less than 24 hours. The person won't be called. They will just get an email, and we know that doesn't work.
Yep, we know that doesn't work. Okay. Also, just for the public to be aware, I guess, outside of the Publix pharmacies in Palm Beach County, we've got the CVS in Belle Glade, Sam's Club on 45th Street, the Winn-Dixie on Hypoluxo in Lake Worth, and the Walmarts in Boynton and Delray that are also sites for vaccinations now. And I do share my colleagues' concern about the sites on the east. And I know that the pods, most of the sites that have been, these strike team sites that were set up were done on the east. But, as somebody who represents also the eastern part of the county, concerns regarding, the physical availability. And I know the public sites are are mostly, there's a lot of them along the eastern part of the county, but those are still very difficult appointments to get. We don't have any idea as to how many they're doing per week till we see, how many shots were given on a given day. But we have, people just, there's a lot less control and a lot less that we know about it versus the sites that you all are coordinating. And so to the extent that those kinds of things can be done more quickly, I would also support that as well. But those are my questions, and I appreciate you all being here today and the work that your staffs are doing.
Thank you.
We're seeing the positive results.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Moving now to Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of, I was going to say suggestions, but let me make that stronger, recommendations. Because we here on this side of these panels, we hear directly from our constituents. And this is a life and death situation. This is not like can I get a ticket to Palm Tram, okay? Or where can my child go to school? This is a life and death situation. And all over national news, they talk about the benefits of having vaccinations. Now you can see your kids, if everybody's vaccinated. The CDC has come out with wonderful suggestions on what people can now do with their freedom after having vaccination. This is what we're talking about. This is our frustration. We hear, my office, approximately 200 emails, texts, and calls a day, life and death situation. So a couple of recommendations. One, I want a map of where all these sites are, state and federal, if I could. I can do this on Google if I need a hair salon, okay? I should be able to access this. And if you could give it to all of us so that we can share this with our constituents. In other words, a map of vaccinations given in the county, state, and federal, so we can help our clients, because it's not your fault. This fault comes from above. And the leadership from above has not made it easy on any of us to get vaccinations to our people, number one. Number two, along with that map, if somebody lives in East Delray, off of Swinton and Atlantic, what are the hours? Is that a CVS? Is it under 50? Is it over 65? I get confused just reading about it. Imagine my constituents. So if you need any help on it, I think we'll all get together, and if it costs a little money, I think this is important. Recommendation, not suggestion, this is important. Now, with regard to the Lake Worth Center, which we talked about, there is a Guatemala Maya Center in that area, and I know Dr. Alonzo Lindsay there at the office at the Guatemala Center has been in touch with you. What can we do if we have a Lake Worth Beach Center? How can we get the folks who go to the Guatemala Maya Center, who are our farm workers, most of them, or work in essential jobs, how can we get the vaccinations to them? And I know, and this is to help you out a little bit, that the governor said he's not going to do this by employment, he's going to do it by age or something else, but definitely not by employment. Well, we got to take care of our people who handle the food that it's presented to us at the very same Publix that we get a vaccination at. So is that close to the Guatemala Maya Center? And if not, how can we get a strike unit or mobile unit out to a community center that takes care of hundreds of folks who work in essential services?
Well, that's the same question that's being asked from Commissioner Bernard. And we don't have that ability to do that, because the moment we take a strike unit out of our center, we're diminishing the number of people we can do in that center. So it's the other way around. The federal idea is to put more and more pharmacies. I just explained, that's the whole, that's the federal plan. It's not going to be, we need to get out of this business. We've been doing this for a year. So we're planning to back off as the federals come in with the pharmacies. That will be the points of access for folks. Now, in terms of the Guatemalan and special communities, what we're doing is organizing them so they can come to us.
That's it. And we talked about Palm Tram going out or any type of public transportation at the county to pick folks up. And I know it's a little crazy because you put them all in a bus together, which is exactly what we don't want to do, but whatever way we can do it safely, let's pick those folks up, let's bring them to that center, and let's get them vaccinated.
Yeah, we don't want to.
There's a way around
Yeah,
this.
we don't want to do large buses, okay? We're talking about shuttles,
Whatever way you
community
think
members that help each other to do this, and the Caridad Center that's in Boynton, West Boynton,
right.
has been an organizer for both the North End, the Guatemalan Center, and themselves to bring all of those people together and to get them transportation and to get them to the facilities. They're going to the Civic Center on the south end, they're going on the north end to Palm Beach Gardens, and they're coming to us in the central area, in the
Dr. Alonso,
eastern
I know
area.
you've been in this for a year, but we've been in it for a year too. So don't think you're gonna. We're not gonna have this little picture like we did for the officer here. You're with us. We're working together. So in other words, instead of taking a strike force out to these centers, such as the Caridad Center, Our Lady Queen of Peace, or Guatemala Maya, we're going to bring the people to the center. All you need is more vaccines, right?
Yes, we vaccinated 1,000 of those people, that group of individuals that were available to go with that church group that we used, the leftover vaccine, we did it specifically for those groups. And the Caridad Center has been very grateful, very useful, and they volunteered to take all those groups and organize it so that we can continue to bring those people in.
Okay. Now, who speaks on behalf of the federal program here? Federal program is being administered by FEMA, is that correct?
The CDC and the federal pharmacy, which is the president created that federal pharmacy program.
So that's not under your jurisdiction,
No.
that would be, and if I could address my question to you, please. And so you are receiving, in your office, FEMA is receiving vaccinations from the federal government.
We receive the vaccines that come in to Dr. Alonso to the county come from the state.
So who takes
But
care
not-
of the vaccines from the federal government?
We do not receive the
We don't
federal
even know.
government vaccine. That goes directly to either the strike teams that come down specifically to do that, or to the pharmacies that are getting those federal vaccines. There are 17 publics that have gone from state vaccines to federal vaccines.
Okay, let me say that, Ms. Baker, could we have somebody from the federal program who is providing us with vaccines from the federal government here to address the issue of where the federal vaccines are going, how we can, where they are, who can receive them, and how we as a county government can have some say-so, some jurisdiction over these federal vaccines. Is that possible?
I will research that issue. Currently, the federal government does not interact with us on this issue at all. We find out what they're doing and where the facilities will be when the rest of the public does. They do not communicate with us on this issue.
Well, this is
but
unacceptable.
I will research and reach out to them.
This is unacceptable, and I think, Mayor, that we need to, and I've said, this is not the first time I've said this, we have federal vaccines coming into our county. We have rules that they have established that may be in contradiction or different from our county rules, which we don't even establish. That comes from the state. So we are the first contact with our people in the Palm Beach. I would request that we assist Ms. Baker in finding out who is a contact person from the federal government that is making the decisions as to vaccines for Palm Beach County directly from the federal government. May I request that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, absolutely. And in terms of direction to the administrator, how do you want to delegate that interaction through legislative affairs or? Well, you'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Better to have Ms. Baker handle it. We'll get it done. I appreciate it. Thank you for all you do. And please understand that each one of us here represents people who are homebound. And that's another issue that I have about how do we address our homebound Holocaust survivors, people with morbidities who are doctor's offices. I mean, I can't go get, a doctor's office visit because they're going to hound me about where they're getting their vaccines. And I know you're doing the best you can, but we got to just, whatever we can do to step it up is good, because we have to. And secondly, I want to know where the heck these federal vaccines are going. They're coming into our jurisdiction. I want to know who is deciding where they go, who gets them, so that we can address them as the administration here who handles county business. Thank you for all you do. That's
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. We'll move now to Commissioner McKinley and then to Commissioner Marino.
Thanks, Mayor Kerner. I thought you were going to forget to come back to me. It seems Commissioner Sachs and I are on the same page here, so let me start off with my first line of questioning regarding our farm workers. I want to thank the mayor for sending out a letter to the governor under his signature on behalf of the board asking for their prioritization. We're even in a more dire spot today than we were the last time we met. Harvest season for most of those specialty crops will end in 6 weeks. So we are running out of time. Extremely disappointed that the governor has decided not to open up for any more employment categories. And it's great that you're offering vaccines to farm workers. I don't know too many farm workers that are over the age of 65 right now. And so they don't qualify under any other category. And most of our farm workers are here on temporary visas, so I don't know how they meet the residency requirement, transportation, they're dependent on their employer for transportation, so all sorts of issues. I sent a joint letter with two of my colleagues from California, one from Fresno County and the other from Tulare County, California. Between the three of us, we represent 3 of the 5 largest agricultural production areas in this country, Fresno County being the largest. And actually, coincidentally, had an opportunity yesterday to be on a phone call on a Zoom, and I was able to have a conversation with Congressman Jim Costa, who also represents Fresno County. And Congressman Costa said they were having all sorts of issues. I mean, we've got about 2,500 farm workers in my district. He's probably got about 15,000 in Fresno County, so much bigger numbers. But they took, one example, they took a mobile unit into a packing house with 1,100 vaccines and vaccinated every single worker that was in that packing house. They were able to do that because the farm workers are categorized in a priority order by the CDC. So if they've got the priority from the CDC and we've got the federal vaccines, why can we not put a mobile unit together and go to these large dorm-style migrant farm worker housing camps and get these farm workers vaccinated before we ship them on a bus and send them to other states?
That's a great idea. I can't do it because I can't get the federal vaccine, but if we can get the federal vaccine, that's exactly how they can get that would be the exact way to do it. So I think if we go through the feds and get them to give us an allotment specifically for that, that would work.
Well, that's what we need to do, because it's great to have a vaccine site in Pahokee from 10 to 4:30, but on Fridays and Saturdays. But guess what? My farm workers are working 10 to 4:30.
Absolutely.
So what we have right now is not working.
Yeah, and even if they could get get the vaccine there, they wouldn't qualify because it's not,
But they,
that's not the feds, so that's the state, and they would have to be
but
50.
they're qualifying under the CDC guidelines.
Right, so it has to be federal vaccine to be able to vaccinate them. We cannot do it under the governor's order.
And where, I'm just going to follow up on Commissioner Sacks' question again and be repetitive. Where are the federal vaccines in Palm Beach County right now?
They are, the majority of them are in the pharmacies, the 17 Publix, the CVS, the Walmart, or was it Sam's Club? Sam's Club, they're in those facilities.
Okay, and who's choosing the locations of those facilities, like the CVS?
We don't have
in
any
Belgrade?
communication on that.
But did the governor choose the CVS in Belgrade, or did the federal program choose the CVS in Belgrade?
I don't know that.
Okay, and what about our federally qualified healthcare centers? Aren't they
They have
also
not
getting-
gotten vaccine, only one, the one in Pahokee.
Okay, so can we take the vaccines that they're getting in Pahokee and bring them to the migrant farm camps?
I think they got 200 doses.
Are they getting 200 a week, or have they just gotten one
No, it's a
shipment?
one-time. Agree.
I mean, I'm advocating here for farm workers. It's one of the largest segments of my at-risk population in my district. But I would tell you, you know, the other frontline workers are grocery store workers who've been working for, what was it, 358 days, and haven't had access to any vaccines, and yet we're sending everybody into their stores to get the vaccines. There are so many at-risk categories, but I'm just going to stay focused on the farm workers. We got to figure out something. I don't know, Ms. Baker. I'm writing letters. The mayor is writing letters. It's not enough. We need to be doing more. And so, if you have any suggestions, I'm certainly open to those suggestions because this is getting really frustrating. The other issue I have to go on a little bit about what Commissioner Bernard was saying about these vaccine deserts. I'm not willing to sit up here right now and pat anybody on the back for a job well done when I cannot tell the 67% of the seniors that have received a vaccine, I can't tell where they live. I can't tell, are all of the people in Palm Beach and Jupiter and Juno Beach, are they all getting vaccinated and the folks out in the Glades are not? Because the media calls I got yesterday, they were interviewing people at the Pahokee site, and 9 out of 10 of them weren't even from the Glades area. Why can we not get our hands on zip code data?
We have that data, and we're ready to show it at the next meeting.
How long have you had that data?
We had to create the maps with it. I've had it for about a week and a half.
Dr. Alonso, we can't make decisions as a Board of County Commissioners here about how best to serve our constituents if we don't have all of the information.
Okay.
It would really help Commissioner Bernard if he could see a map that showed 70% of the eligible seniors in Riviera Beach have gotten a vaccine. Then he might have a different idea about where to put a vaccination site on the east side of his district.
That's why we want to use the map, correct?
So if you've had that information for a week and a half, why haven't you shared it?
I had the data. I didn't have the maps and putting it together. So we will bring it to the next meeting. We can perhaps give it to you before then so you can look at it.
And is this just a Palm Beach County specific map?
Yes.
Okay, so is the state going to release this data statewide?
They just told us to go ahead and do it ourselves. I don't know if they released that. I know a lot of people have asked them for it. I think there was a records request from,
Everybody under the sun who
Yeah.
writes newspaper articles and does
Right.
reporting on television? Yeah. Because you can't tell if you're doing a good job. It was
I agree.
great to say that 90% of the seniors in our county live within, what was it, a mile and a half of a Publix. That sounds like a great statistic until you realize that the 30% were in my district and probably a part of Commissioner Bernard's district. We can't make accurate decisions without all of the data. So our next meeting is, our next update's what, April?
We've got a workshop on the 23rd, if I make no mistake.
I'm sorry, can you say that date
We
again?
have a workshop on the 23rd of this month.
Okay,
That's when I wanted to bring it so that we could all workshop and answer exactly those questions.
That's another 2 weeks from now.
Okay?
Can you get it to us sooner?
I will put it together and give it out to you.
Thank you. On the My Vaccine website, the information that you're getting, is it collecting addresses when they go on to that state-run vaccine site that you're seeing? Are they collecting addresses, or is it the same as the original sign-up, which was just name, email, and phone number?
For the state, the state-run sites, what?
For the state-run registration site, are they collecting addresses when people go up and sign up for a
Yeah,
vaccine?
it's all being entered in Florida Shots, which shows address, zip code, everything on there. They have to collect that.
I'm talking about when people sign up to get a vaccine, that state vaccination site that you just said you're starting to look at.
Yes.
That state registration site, are they collecting addresses?
Yes.
Can you sort that so we can make those, my office will make those individual phone calls to the Glades residents and tell them to go to the Pahokee site? Can I get that information
Sure.
from you? Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner McKinley. Ms. Baker, did you want to comment? Your light's on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay, and then I just had 2 more questions, or 3 more questions real quick. Firefighters just getting prioritized. Haven't we already vaccinated firefighters in our county?
Only EMTs and paramedics.
Well, all of our firefighters are certified firefighter paramedics, so our department's been vaccinated, those who want it. Okay. The school staff and teachers, did that include our state college and university personnel?
It only said K through 12.
Okay.
So they left them out.
All right, can we do something to advocate that that teacher block be expanded to include them? I don't see a difference between an 8th grade teacher and a freshman college teacher, and I think our college students need to get back in the classroom as well.
They're much more at risk than the K through 12. They're the ones going out and becoming positive, so they're.
Yeah, but they're the ones intelligent enough to know to sit 6 feet apart in a lecture hall. And then the last question is, are you expecting the presence of the variant vaccines, cases in our county to get a little worse with spring break coming?
I'm very concerned about spring break. Not only the variants, but the regular virus also.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Marino, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Sacks.
I'll be brief. It seems that from the numbers, we've vaccinated over 200,000 of our seniors. Do I have that number right? That's a good thing. And our county has vaccinated close to 10% of those in our state. That's another good number. I do want to say that I've been volunteering at the Burns Road Community Center, and I want to send along some kudos. And let's just put where I'm saying this in a box. But your staff, whether it's Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, Palm Beach Gardens Fire Rescue, or the Healthcare District, your staff have been amazing. And most of the time when I'm there, what I'm doing is I'm talking to the people that have to sit for the 15 minutes, talking to me who can suck the air out of any room. It makes their time go by faster. But I do have to say that they have come from all over, because a lot of them have told me, I'm from Boca, I'm from Delray. So I just want everybody here to know that the Burns Road Center is reaching everyone in our county, and your staff is doing a great job. And they're even educating those people that are coming, trying to get a shot, how you might qualify, how you don't qualify. And they've been very patient with those that are, like, I'm 52, but I have comorbidities. Well, you need a doctor's note. So they've been very good about educating the people that are coming there. Like Commissioner Weiss, and I'm sure everybody else, I've gotten some phenomenal letters of people that are thanking us and thanking the district. So I just want to pass that on. I do have 2 points of interest, though. People who have second appointments that haven't been scheduled. We're getting calls from people that went to Walmart and they didn't get a second appointment. How are we supposed to answer their question on how they get a second appointment?
I have had several success in having them go to the store, talk to the manager, and they've just forgot to put it on their card, and theive been able to get theirs, because they should go to where they got the first shot. They're the ones responsible for it, and they have been very accommodating. So I've told them, don't try to call, don't, just go back to the store and talk to the manager, and they've arranged it. Or the pharmacist probably is the one that's arranging it.
My concern is if they got it someplace that's not near here, and now
Well,
they're...
that's a big problem, and that's being a huge problem with the Pfizer vaccine, because we do not have extra Pfizer vaccine. So if people start doing that, especially now, because they can go to these other federal sites, get vaccinated there, and then come here to get vaccinated for their second shot, we're going to have a problem. As a matter of fact, we're addressing that at the next state call. What do we do with that? I mean, they either have to give us extra Pfizer vaccine to be able to accommodate that, or something, because the healthcare district is the only one with the Pfizer vaccine right now, and you just don't have it.
Yeah, we have a very small number of no-shows on Pfizer and second doses. And so people, we can't just take somebody who got their first dose somewhere else,
Right.
unfortunately.
Well, if there's something more we can do about informing people and, or letting them know not to leave their first shot without a second appointment, or whatever it is that they need to do. And I know that we can't do that.
We've also had people who have been hospitalized. It's funny because you all talk about all the people calling you, but after they talk to you, then you send it to us. So I'm getting all of your calls. So we've been able to get them in. But again, it makes it really hard, because now not only are you off schedule, but you're out of the ideal period of time, but you still get the vaccine, and you do not have to start over again. So just to mention to everybody that you do not start the series over again. You simply give the vaccine at whatever time the person is able to get it.
And back to the one last thing, and I know it's important to all of us, our homebound seniors. I had a granddaughter who called me. She has a 94-year-old grandmother, ambulatory, can't get to a site. So however we can do it, whenever we can do it, as fast as we can do it, figure out a way to get our homebound seniors vaccinated. That's my plug for that. Thank you very much.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Marino. We'll go back to Commissioner Sacks.
I want to thank you all for the work that you've done. Our numbers look really good. And if we continue I'm a little competitive, so I like the way that we have done with the other counties, of course. And I want to thank you very much for all you've done. We're frustrated, and sometimes our frustration comes in, but you get it from everybody.
We're frustrated, too.
Not just 7 of it. I'm sure you are. And the more vaccines we get, the easier it'll be. But I just want to make sure, to recap, Commissioner McKinley wanted to get a list of those locations where people have signed up, so that we have an idea, and that makes it easier, because we're the communicators to the people. And the second is that you're going to also give us an idea, maybe of a map or a location of where all the vaccines are given, state and federal, so that we can get a holistic view of exactly how our county is being covered. Thank you again for all you do. I like the numbers, and if we can get through spring break without a spike, we're set. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. That concludes questions and comments from members of the board. There's been some very good discussion, but I would like to say that I think that you guys are doing a great job, and that it's never going to be perfect, and inequity is never acceptable, but the gains and progress that we've made is because of the advocacy and passion of the members of this board in communicating the needs of our community. But when you look at the fact that we're #1 in the state in terms of vaccinations above the age of 65, it's a fascinating concept. And I know that in part, that is because of the investment that this county has made in the healthcare district and in the professionalism of our Department of Emergency Management and of the Department of Health. So thank you very much for being so responsive to us, so responsive to our constituents, and for never giving up and never stopping working. I feel like you guys work 24/7, and it's greatly appreciated despite some of the concerns that we have. You all have a wonderful day. That concludes the special presentation. We'll move now to agenda item 5A1, which is the regular agenda on public hearings. Is there a motion to receive and file proof of publication? Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Bernard. All in favor, all opposed. Motion to receive and file passes 7-0. 5A1 is under public safety related to a COPCN, which is
Mr. Mayor, we've had a presentation on this at the previous meeting, so I'm going to move 5A1.
A motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, second by Commissioner Weiss on 5A1 related to a certificate of public convenience and necessity. All in favor, all opposed. That item passes 7-0. Thank you. We'll move now to public, 5B1, housing and economic sustainability related to District 4.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move for the approval of 5B1, unless anybody has any questions on this.
I don't see any inquiries from members of the board. I don't see any public comment. I'd just like to read into record that neither the taxing power nor the faith and credit of the county nor any county fund shall be pledged to pay the principal premium, if any, on the interest of these bonds. These are private bonds related to Lynn University Housing Project. The Vice Mayor has made motion move 5B1, A, B, and C forward. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No further comment. All in favor? All opposed? 5B1, A, B, and C passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move now to 5C1, Office of Financial Management and Budget.
Mr. Mayor, I see no comment cards, and I'm going to move 5C1, A and B forward and recommend a motion to approve.
Vice Mayor Weinroth has moved 5C1, A and B, which relates to mid-year budget transfer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Weiss. No public comment. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Just a quick question for staff, or just to put on the record. So the sheriff's office is returning $6.359 million to us?
Their excess fees are about $17 million. However, they have requested that money to come back to them because they had started purchasing capital items and equipment.
I want to give our constitutional officers some recognition of a job well done, and that these monies come back into us to be reappropriated. So thank you.
Very good. The motion's pending and been seconded. All in favor? All opposed? 5C1, A and B passes 7-0. Move now to agenda item 6A1.
Mr. Mayor, in the absence of any public comment, I'm going to move 6A1, which is a motion to approve a budget transfer of $350,000.
Is there a second? A motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Weiss on 6A1, a $350,000 general fund contingency reserve related to Regional Climate Change Compact. There's no public comment. All in favor? All opposed? 6A1 passes 7-0. We're now on 6B1, Office of Financial Management and Budget. And we would like to have a presentation.
Good morning. I'll just kind of kick it off as the group gets here at the table. We have received almost $45.2 million for a rental assistance program as part of the stimulus package. And I'm going to turn it over to James Green, your Community Services Director, to talk about the program.
Good morning, Mayor. Let's see. Testing. All right, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. So the emergency COVID relief bill passed by Congress in December of 2020 established a $25 billion emergency rental assistance program that's administered by the U.S. Department of Treasury. And so today what I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about some of the demographics from the CARES Act and some of those numbers, and then I will share information about the parameters of the emergency rental assistance program. So here we take a look at some of the numbers from the CARES Act. You'll see where we processed over 12,000 payments, totaling around 14.4 million for the food cards. We also processed about 5,400 payments for a total of about 2.2 mil or 2.5 mil for rent and utility assistance through the CARES Act. We had an opportunity to work with the Department of Housing and Economic Sustainability to roll over some dollars from the coronavirus relief funds, those are the state funds, and we processed a total of 743 payments for $2.1 million there. Also, we worked with the courts and legal aid and Florida Rural Legal Services on a rapid response eviction assistance program. And there we assisted over 300 residents, or made 300 payments for over approximately $2 million through that program as well. And that was very successful, and we hope to continue that moving forward. Overall, the households that we served, the vast majority of them were under $5,800, but we did have a few that probably over 200 or so that were between $9,000 and $10,000 for the household payments. So we did see the majority of those dollars going to African Americans and other minorities, probably around 40 to 50%, another 40 to 50% going to whites, and then about 20% or so going to Hispanics and others. So I want to talk a little bit about the local allocation for emergency rental assistance. Here locally, we have about $45.2 million for Palm Beach County. These dollars must be expended by September the 30th of 2021. Approximately 65% need to be expended by that date, or the federal government could come in and sweep those dollars. If we need to extend it for an additional 3 months, we can request a waiver, and it may be granted until December the 31st. These dollars must be spent on rent and utilities only, and they're giving us a 10% admin to use for getting the dollars out, but 90% must be used for direct client assistance. And then there's a focus on 80% and below, 80% area median income and below. And so, whereas this overall program is a little bit more restrictive, there are also some benefits in that it broadens the categories of individuals we're able to assist. So when we look at the eligibility guidelines, we see that residents must be Palm Beach County residents renting in a residential dwelling. We also see that they must be 80% and below, and we want to focus on those who are 50% and even lower, 30% AMI and below. So we want to prioritize those individuals. And individuals also must be qualified for unemployment. If they qualify for unemployment, then they'll be eligible for assistance. If they've received a reduction of income, either directly or indirectly, and this is a little different than the CARES Act as well, but they would qualify for assistance. So an indirect eligibility example would be if a household received child support payments from an individual outside of that household. Previously, the person who was providing the child support payments would have to qualify. But with this particular program, if they can prove that they lost income due to those individuals not being able to pay, then they would qualify. But it also speaks to incurring cost. So if they incurred significant cost due to paying for additional child care, or the utility bills are higher, or if they're having to pay for a caregiver, then they would qualify for this program as well. And those who can demonstrate being at risk of homelessness or housing instability would also be eligible for these dollars. Some other parameters: individuals can receive up to 12 months in arrears, but they couldn't receive a total of more than 15 months. So we can also pay for assistance moving forward, so individuals don't have to be behind in order to qualify. But if that is the case, then we must pay any arrears first. And it's important that you know that if they come back in after those 3 months, they must demonstrate that the issue is still occurring. So I talked a little bit about priority. We will focus on those who are 30% AMI and below. We will also focus on individuals who have received an eviction notice, and we will prioritize individuals who have been unemployed for more than 90 days, and those were directives from the guidance. And then I'll just share a little bit about some of the documentation that will be required. So households must show evidence of direct or indirect impact by COVID. They must show evidence that they are at risk of homelessness or housing instability. They will need to show where they are 80% at or below 80% AMI. And so we can look at their total income from 2020, or they can show the last 2 months' income, and then we'll annualize that. And we have an integrated approach, so if they qualify for food stamps or they have some type of income from a governmental entity, whether that's local, state, or federal, then we can accept that as income documentation as well. We would want to see a lease agreement and a balance statement. And we would want to make sure that their utility bill is also present and we can show that it's past due. And government ID and then a utility bill can be accepted as proof of residency as well. So I'll pause there to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And my question is there any way for you all to get proactive in looking at the pending evictions and see if there's a way to reach out to these people and sort of pull them into the program before it gets, it gets to the point where they're going to get evicted and we can get ahead of this?
Yeah, so we're really, we have a broad and comprehensive approach to pushing this information out so that individuals know that this assistance is available. But we're also in touch with the property managers and Realtors Association and the courts. I know the courts, obviously they file for eviction, but they're typically, they're coming in and getting documentation prior to filing, and so we're trying to work upstream from there. Also, the Bar Association, the attorneys, we're pushing information out through them as well. And we're just doing a lot of outreach to make sure that people know that they can get this assistance early on.
So I guess more specifically, are you able to get the records from the courts and then try and go to those people, reach out to the people that where the eviction has already been filed, although they're not being enforced right now, they are being filed.
Yes, we will continue to do that. That is specifically what Florida Rural Legal Aid and Florida Rural Legal Services and Legal Aid Society. We have the list from the courts.
Okay.
And so they are working to call, schedule appointments with the tenants and the property owners, and then they're mediating and negotiating.
Great, thank you.
Just to add that, we did that for CARES as well.
Right.
The only challenge for this program is the income eligibility, because for this it's 80% below AMI, so all the folks who are in the court system may not have all the deductions because of that.
Thank you. We have other programs to assist those people, right?
Majority of our programs are for 80% and below AMI. We have only one program, which is EFSP, but the maximum benefit for that is $1,000.
Maybe we should, is there a way to shift around money because of the fact we have these extra care dollars this year?
Yeah, majority of our programs are actually coming through all the federal, state, and local grants. We do have some ad valorem, and we do sometimes prioritize. We do prioritize those cases if we can, if there are some extenuating circumstances.
Okay, all right.
Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Green,
yes.
Thank you for your presentation today, and I am deathly afraid that we're walking into a real storm when this eviction moratorium and this foreclosure moratorium is over. And so I applaud you for what you're doing, but I'm worrying that we're not picking up on people that have not been served with an eviction notice, because I guess you're using that as a way of contacting the landlords and trying to negotiate a way of keeping the people in their apartments, paying their rent directly to the landlord. What are we doing to understand the complexity of this issue as it's now been going since last March?
Yeah, so first it's important to note that individuals are not required to have an eviction notice in order to receive services. They're not even required to be past due. But we will prioritize those individuals who do have an eviction notice. What we're doing to really look at the complexity of what we're dealing with is trying to work more broadly and comprehensively to make sure that people have access to support so that they can continue to make their payments. So we're increasing awareness about the various laws and guidelines that are out there. We're working with our system partners to educate the public on things that they can do in order to gain employment or other support benefits to maintain housing stability. And we're just doing everything we can to leverage the resources and to work with our partners in order to provide those protections for our residents.
And I applaud those efforts, and I am really concerned. I think if you look at the real estate market, we've seen pressure on rents, they're going up. We've seen pressure on housing prices, they're going up. Anybody who has been selling a home probably has not even had to list it. That real estate brokers have a lot of people from the Northeast want to be here, and so housing prices are going up. We had an affordable housing problem before the pandemic. Mm-hmm. So I think that we need to, again, this is a terrific item, and I'm going to be very happy to move it forward for approval, but I think that we as a county need to be proactive, because we are walking into a bigger crisis than the one we had before Commissioner Bernard was talking about the potential of a bond issue to try and deal with workforce housing and affordable housing and homelessness. Mm-hmm. It's only going to be worse going forward.
Absolutely, and these programs help tremendously in terms of keeping people from experiencing homelessness, and so we have to kind of stop the bleeding here as well.
With your permission, Mayor, I'll move this forward, and I see Commissioner Sachs wants to speak as well.
Very good. We have a motion put forward by Vice Mayor Weinroth on agenda item 6B1, seconded by, I heard a voice, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I also share those concerns, but let me state a couple of things from my couple of years being a country lawyer here. It is excellent what this program is doing, because what y'all are doing is receiving information from the courts as well as Legal Aid Society for those folks who are anticipating not being able to pay their rent. Therefore, we are going to be able to help those folks not have an eviction notice. So my fellow commissioners, this is really a good program, and I want to congratulate and acknowledge Bob Burdish of the Legal Aid Society, as well as we had a wonderful judge, Judge Manu Sasser. Unfortunately, she passed, but that whole program in our court system here in Palm Beach County, which recognizes that folks just need a little step up to help them. This helps the renters, this helps the landlords. And as someone who has worked in landlord-tenant evictions, this is what we need. And to answer some of the concerns by our vice mayor, I really, truly believe that if we can get folks, give them a little step up, get them vaccinated, get them back to work, then they'll be able to pay their rent. It'll help the landlords, because landlords don't want evictions. They want their rent. They don't want to have to go through the legal process of getting people out because they can't pay the rent. So this is a good program. I've reviewed it, and I think that it is exactly appropriate for what we need here in Palm Beach County, thanks to the federal government, to give people a little step up so that they can continue to pay the rent. Now we got to get them vaccinated, get them back to work, and then they'll be able to make enough money to continue to pay the rent, and be good tax-paying members of our county. So thank you so much for what you do, and I want to also acknowledge our good court system in working with you to identify those folks who just need a little step up. So it's a good program, and I heartily agree and promote it. Thank you.
Very good. A reminder that the motion's been made by Vice Mayor Weinroth and seconded by Commissioner McKinley. There's no public comment or other comments by members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? 6B1, A and B passes 7-0. Thank you very much for the presentation and the great work.
Mr. Mayor, we have a motion before us, 5C1. It's a recommendation by staff that they make mid-year budget amendments and transfers. There's a total of $119,845,351,000 in 171 funds being adjusted, which is going to be a carry forward plus proposed adjustments, resulting in a reduction of $6.1 million in general fund reserves. I'm going to move that forward.
Thank you for that. What agenda item are you on, sir?
I'm on 6C1. Did I jump? Oh, 5C1. 5C1. All right, never mind.
The good news, it's passed, so your attempted motion was well taken.
There you go.
6B2, and there is public comment related to Office of Financial Management and Budget. Commissioner Moreno, you're recognized.
I'm not sure you want me to go first, but I will.
Well, is it related to this agenda item?
Oh, sure.
Well, then, do you mind if we have the presentation first?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I think I'm feeling where you're at on this issue. Ms. Brown, you're recognized.
Good morning. Staff does have a brief presentation. I think that most of the members of the commission have heard this information before, so we will be brief. And for the record, my name is Willie Swope, Palm Beach County Impact Fee Manager. Staff requests approval of the resolution to specifically authorize the county administrator or designee to file and execute liens against land for unpaid impact fees. I want to point out for you that Article 13 already provides and authorizes Palm Beach County to file claims of lien against land for unpaid impact fees. However, Article 13 does not identify a specific title, position, or department authorized to file the liens. Now, certainly, it may be interpreted that the impact fee manager is authorized to file liens, but most importantly, the language does not specifically say that in Article 13. And so we were advised by our legal department that to close this potential loophole, this legal loophole, we needed to submit this resolution for review and approval by the Board of County Commissioners. Of course, the background information related to this is about our intergovernmental dispute issues with Palm Beach Gardens. As I think most of you now know, as of January 1, 2020, Palm Beach Gardens began issuing building permits to its applicants without assessing and collecting road impact fees. This is a violation of Article 13. County staff, the impact fee office staff, then notified those applicants of the need to pay the road impact fees. And our goal here was, number one, to just, first of all, put the applicants on notice, and then number two, to preserve Palm Beach County's rights to collect the impact fees pending any future legal action. Some of the applicants, as a result of these notices, did pay, but most did not. So the impact fee office staff then sent out a second notice, and the second notice simply alerted the applicants to the fact that among the options available to Palm Beach County was the option of filing liens against the land for the unpaid road impact fees. To date, as I indicated before, we have, as a result of those letters, collected some of the outstanding road impact fee balances, but most of those balances have not been paid, and the total amount of uncollected road impact fee balances today is approximately $1.5 million. Of course, this number has the potential of increasing as Palm Beach Gardens issues more permits. So as they issue more permits, there's a likelihood that we will have, obviously, more unpaid road impact fees. And that is our brief presentation. And I know that you probably have questions, so we're available to answer questions.
Very good. Well, I'd like to get into public comment, so we'll turn it over to Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first person is going to be Michelle Jacobs, followed by Brian Seymour.
Take this off. I guess it's good day. Very nice to see all of you, Mayor Kerner, commissioners, Mrs. Baker. Thank you so much. I'm Michelle Jacobs, the president and CEO for the Economic Council of Palm Beach County. I'm here to speak with you briefly about this. I think Willie had already said, fundamentally, this is an intergovernmental dispute between the municipality and the county on proper allocation of funds. The 164 conflict resolution has been completed with no resolution. So the City of Palm Beach Gardens decided to adopt a mobility fee based on the state statute that allows it to, which one can argue will supersede the county charter. Please don't put the development and private property owner in the middle of this. All fee requirements required for permitting in Palm Beach Gardens have been complied with. The county has no basis to levy a lien on these properties, as standard practice has been for all fees to be paid to the City of Palm Beach Gardens within this municipality, and the city in turn pays the pro rata share to the county. The developers in question have paid their money to the gardens. Makes no sense to drag the development community into this dispute. And there's no process for anyone with a lien to have any recourse. This potentially could create a black eye for Palm Beach County and could be seen as unfriendly to business. While the county has tremendous growth and opportunities, and the future development will be jeopardized should the county proceed. Next steps should not be to impose a lien, but to have a large municipal city manager meeting along with county staff to come up with a long-term strategy. There have to be examples throughout our state from other counties of how they would have been able to deal with this. Mobility is not going away. The county should come up with a countywide plan for the future. As we are hearing, there are other municipalities waiting behind Palm Beach Gardens thinking about adopting a similar mobility strategy for their city. And in doing so, we should probably put on hold any action against those parties indirectly involved with the dispute between the county and the gardens. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Jacobs, and thank you for comments made on behalf of the Economic Forum. We have questions from Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. Ms. Jacobson, what happened? In other words, the impact fees were paid to the city, and these impact fees are now, should have been paid to the county. Is that?
So mobility fees are paid to the city of Palm Beach Gardens, and I believe there are probably folks here that are much more, have better information than I do. I see my friend next door to me shaking his head. But, you know, the permits that were given to the developers in Palm Beach Gardens have been satisfied. So now to request and put and threaten to put a lien on properties that have essentially paid their mobility fees to the city is really unfair. You're putting the development community, the private property owner, in the middle of this dispute. The dispute needs to be settled first before we do anything else.
Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized.
Ms. Jacobs. Don't go away.
I'm going to keep waiting for you to walk back and then call the
Okay,
next
thank
speaker.
you. I'm getting my exercise today because I couldn't run this morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
And as you know, I'm a very strong supporter of business within our county. And I also am elected by a section of our county that is watching very carefully what is going on with Palm Beach Gardens. Obviously, Boca Raton, Delray Beach, Boynton Beach, and we can go right up the coast, are all watching what's going on here. So it's not just a situation where my colleague here to my right is trying to protect her particular city. And this is an issue I think we all recognize needs to be dealt with. We've gone through mediation, which has been perfunctory at best. So my question to you is, embracing the idea that we don't want to do anything to put cold water on the idea of people moving their businesses to this county, or to develop, or to do anything that would subvert what we've all been working very hard to build here in this county. What do we do to just try and get this thing resolved? We have tried to mediate, and I understand you're here as a proponent to support business, and you don't want to see us put the business people in the middle. And, you know, again, I'm sure that my colleague is going to speak very passionately about Palm Beach Gardens and its position, and Mr. Seymour will do likewise. But we are left in a situation here where we have to build out a road network. And we have a responsibility. And we have places, even within the zone that includes Palm Beach Gardens, that is demanding to have roads built that cannot be built because Palm Beach Gardens refuses to work within the parameters that we see correct today. They could have a mobility fee. I'm a proponent of mobility, but they need to build that mobility fee on top of an impact fee that's always been there. What is the Economic Council's position on this? How do we get this thing resolved? It's easy to just say, don't put them in the middle. What do we do to resolve it?
Well, I understand that within the city of Palm Beach Gardens, there are a couple of developments that have been excluded from the mobility fee. So Avenir out to the west continues to pay an impact fee. Alton continues to pay an impact fee, I believe. And again, I think there are some folks here from Gardens that are better served to speak to this. I think this is a bigger conversation. I understand that there is, you know, there are three sides to a story, right? And we've got folks that are feeling, everyone feels that they have the right. The county feels that your county charter allows you to supersede what's happening at the city, but then the state has put together a statute that allows the city to do this. I'm not a lawyer. What I would say, though, is you're right. Your cities are watching, and they want to see what happens because they want to adopt a mobility fee as well. They need to have a mobility plan, and through that plan, they can then do a mobility fee. And somehow the county and cities have to figure out how to work together. That would be my recommendation, and we would be very willing to help pull that together, to pull those conversations together so that you can get those that are on different sides of this to have a very open discussion. I'm not confident that that's happened yet, Vice Mayor.
I'm afraid that this is going to be a prolonged problem because obviously our civil courts are tied up because of the pandemic. Right. And I hate to see landowners
have a
stuck in the middle for
5 years. Unfair.
And,
it's inappropriate.
But on the other hand, we have a responsibility up here to build out a road system. So where's this money going right now? Is it going to escrow, or is it being spent on mobility?
That I can't answer. I
May
think
I
you'll-
suggest that we let the rest of our
Yeah, that I'm not
speakers-
equipped to answer.
Well, I'll recognize you in just a moment, Mr. Seymour.
I will say that solution hasn't even been discussed. Perhaps there is, some kind of short-term, compromise that can be put forth until this is resolved, because you're right, the court system is going to be very prolonged, and then you're going to have developers who, you think of some of the developers who are trying to build affordable workforce housing projects that, putting together financing is already difficult, and now with the threat of this, could halt some of that. And so this is not a solution to the problem at hand. We need to be more creative and find other ones.
It is a solution, but not a solution that certainly you like, and I'm sure Palm Beach Gardens doesn't like. All right.
Or the developers who are trying to continue to develop Palm Beach County, and we are primed with everything happening throughout the country to continue the development. But this will create a black eye for us.
And I wish that there had been some real constructive conversation before we got to today.
Me too. We didn't know this was going to be on the agenda, so we just learned of it last week when we got the agenda.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
One more. I have some comments or questions for you, but I'll go to Commissioner McKinley first.
Thank you. Michelle, let me preface my comments with the statement that I'm not exactly sure where I'm going to go on this today, because we need to do something, and I'm not sure that this is the best way to move forward. So
Understood.
I'll wait till the rest of the presentation before I decide which way to go. But I find it a little frustrating. I find it a little frustrating that Palm Beach Gardens would take the position that they're the good guy in this and they want to do a mobility fee. Well, let me tell you, a majority of their workers don't reside in Palm Beach Gardens. They're coming from outside that area. And for people who have to come in from the acreage and go down North Lake into Palm Beach Gardens, a golf cart path is really not going to be a sufficient transportation option for them, nor a shaded sidewalk. I'm all for shaded sidewalks, but let's be real, the type of transportation is going to benefit very few people. And you were with us in Tallahassee last week. You were virtual. Mayor Kerner and I were in Tallahassee last week. We spend an inordinate amount of time protecting other dedicated revenue sources in the state of Florida and the Home Rule Authority on those. Sadowski Trust Fund, dedicated our funding source for affordable housing. Our tourist development tax, dedicated source of funding for tourism-related improvements in the county. Back in the 1980s, the voters of this entire county approved an amendment to the charter for a dedicated funding source for development-related transportation improvements. So why are you asking us to move away from the will of the voters who put that charter amendment in there for the sole purpose of having development help pay its share of transportation-related impacts?
So I'm not asking that. What I'm asking, first of all, that was 1980. That was 40 years ago.
Well, that's the amendment that we have in our charter. And if you
understand.
don't like it, then try to make
Yeah,
it
the Constitution was written a long time ago as well, but it pretty much still stands.
But that's true. That's true. But what we're not saying we're taking a side for mobility fees versus impact fees. What we're saying is the issue between the county and Palm Beach Gardens, you should not put the development community in the middle of it by putting a lien on their property, which could stay on for a very long time because of the court system, because of a conflict that has not been resolved yet. And I think that's the position. Nobody is disagreeing with the fact that there are roads that need to be built out, but we have 5 very large zones currently today. I think that there's work that should be done as it relates to mobility in Palm Beach Gardens. I agree with you. You're not taking a golf cart to come east on North Lake Boulevard. I live in the north end of the county. I understand. But
I am here representing the business community and representing the developers who are saying, hey, why are we stuck in the middle of this? You know, we did what the City of Palm Beach Gardens has asked us to do as it relates to permits. We paid our fees. Now we're caught in the middle of a dispute, and you're asking us to pay double fees, which in essence could really create other issues down the road for future development.
All right.
I don't know, I guess I'm just a little bothered by the fact that the county is being painted as the bad guy. Now, I'm not entirely in support of the lien option, but I'm just irritated that the county is painted as the bad guy here. Palm Beach Gardens could have implemented its own mobility fee. They could have raised their ad valorem to pay for those improvements, and instead they're taking the revenue from road improvements that have been needed for a while.
Well, I'm certainly not here trying to paint the county as the bad guys. I'm here representing the business community saying, hey, until it's resolved between county and City of Palm Beach Gardens, don't put the developers in the middle of this. That's what we're saying.
And let's remember the county's contribution to mobility. We're paying all of Palm Tran. And I'm sure as I look over at Commissioner Abrams sitting in the audience that he would love an additional contribution from 39 municipalities for SFRTA. That would go a long way instead of it having to be entirely on the back of the county for those massive mobility improvements that we continue to fund in our county.
All part of a bigger mobility conversation, I believe.
Yeah. And, then the other on the Avenir, they're actually, I appreciate the carve out, but their impact fees are significantly reduced because they have to do a prop share payment. Let's not waive that as a awesome gesture towards the county. A little disingenuous on that one, but thanks for being here today.
And a final question for me. Is the legality of what Palm Beach Gardens is doing clear?
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not comfortable answering that.
Have the courts determined that they have the ability to do this?
I don't believe that's gotten that far yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So when you ask why we're here, it's because of the actions of the City of Palm Beach Gardens. And if you think that the county is going to sit back, there's a concept called latches. I'm sure Mr. Seymour knows what that is because he is a lawyer. You think we're going to sit on our rights because of the audacity of, no offense to my commissioner, to my right, we're here because they've taken action that is not on solid legal ground to the detriment of each and every constituent, whether they live in Gardens or not. And these are the 7 members of this county that have been represented to protect their interests and their rights. So while the business community doesn't want to be in the middle of it, don't forget who put you in the middle of it.
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. Seymour, you're recognized.
So I'm going to try to answer some of those questions as I go. I appreciate that Willie explained the background, because when I looked at the staff memo, it didn't talk about how this really generated. This is a very specific thing in a very specific context. And to the point, I think that Michelle was making, this is not a good guy versus bad guy. This is not about your fault, their fault, who put us here. The fact is, we're put here, and all we want to do is do our job. So I want to give a little bit of background from our perspective here, and for the record, Brian Seymour with Gunster. I represent several landowners and developers in the City of Palm Beach Gardens who are impacted by this, specifically today. Excel Gardens is the owner of downtown Palm Beach Gardens. About half of the amount that Willie mentioned is that project, and that money has been paid. So I want to be clear about a couple things. We'd like to stay out of this. We don't want this. The lien requires the landowner now to be put here and have to go to court. We are happy to be part of a solution, part of a discussion. We are happy to work with the county so that there is no waiver of rights. There's ways we can do that, tolling agreements, agreements as to what could happen in the case of where a court comes. None of that was placed before us. No one came to us and said, look, Either we're going to do this, or we got to figure out an alternative. I got a letter from my contractor, threatening a lien. My contractor said, wait a minute, can I even do this project? That is a slander of title. I know there's a couple of lawyers up there. I'm not going to go into all of the slander of title background. But if you're right, we'll pay. If the city doesn't have the money already and the court doesn't say that they have to give it to you, if there's some extra that's constitutionally required, they'll pay. They're not saying they're not going to pay. What we're saying is we already have. We've gone to the city. And I can't just go to the city and say, well, sorry, I think you're wrong. Because the city is the regulatory body. And so, yes, the city has said to us very clearly, our mobility fee offsets your impacts. Pay us our mobility fee or you can't get a building permit.
Has that been adjudicated by a competent court of law?
No, but
Then-
the only option I've got, Commissioner, is this. You give me two options. I can be forced to sue the city, or I can pay the city, and by the way, to be clear for Commissioner Weinroth, it's almost exactly the same amount of money. The city is holding the money. They have it. If you and the city in that intergovernmental dispute get a court to say, hey, city, you're wrong, that money's there, and it can be done and paid right back to you. So
We're working on that.
I understand that, but the point is, there's no need for us to have to file those lawsuits because a lien gets put on. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the lien issue, but I want, again, I can't go to the city and get a building permit if I don't pay their mobility fee. So yes, who puts me in the middle of this doesn't even matter. It's the city saying, I have to do this. They're the regulating body. The county says, you got to pay me too. I don't want to sue anybody. Well, I kind of do, but.
You're a lawyer, let's not forget.
It's not really valuable for my client, and frankly, it is extraordinarily detrimental to this county. Because when we start saying, developers, you got to go sue your governments to get anything done, we're sending the message that we don't want the new office space. We don't want the new residential communities. We don't want the business to happen. Because that's what I'm being asked.
That's a pretty wide perspective, and that's your own perspective. I don't think that's being communicated here today, but let me, your time has expired. Let me turn it over to Commissioner Marino.
Well, I've been answering some questions, and I'd like a little bit more time, Mr. Mayor, and then I'm happy to answer. But since I've been going back and forth trying to get some of the questions answered as well, there are a couple of critical points that I would like to make. So I'll get through this. But the bottom line is, that isn't my opinion. It's what I've been told. It's what I've been asked. I have people calling me all the time, what's going on, what's going to happen. So yes, it is right now Palm Beach Gardens, but it gets bigger. So the slander of title issue is a significant issue for our clients. Because when you put a lien, a governmental lien on property, it means maybe I can't get a construction loan. It means that I can't get the residential or office buildings built. Mortgages that exist that you have to, when a lien comes in, you have to notify your mortgage holder, suddenly get called. And now you're dealing with the potential of a foreclosure. You've got leases that may not be executable because you can't get title insurance. These are all real impacts and significant money to these projects that end up being in the middle of this dispute as well, that none of us want to have to bring. No one wants to say, county, you owe me money for doing this, and the lien was there and it was improper, and having to go through that fight. Even if, and to the question about mobility, you're absolutely right that the county charter rules, even if that's true, once I do mobility, it will decrease my traffic impacts. That's the whole point of it. But your impact fee ordinance doesn't consider that possibility. It assumes every trip is a car. It doesn't account for that, and it doesn't allow for that. So now I've got a constitutional dual rational nexus problem. That has not been resolved either. I get that. I don't want to be the one that has to deal with that. Because if you and the city go to court, whatever the court says, we're going to follow. And I'm willing to, my clients have told me, they're willing to work, they're willing to enter into agreements. This is not about who put us here. It's not about fault. It's simply about this lien issue triggers a problem for this business community. It triggers a problem for each of these property owners that force us to have to now enter into this fight. It forces us, because we may have massive financial issues and financial damages, to have to come and get in the middle that we don't want to be into. So there are solutions for this issue. You don't want to waive, I totally understand that. Let's sit down and figure a way that we can come to some sort of a tolling agreement where we'll say, if the court says you should have paid X, let's see, downtown is just over $800,000. Said you should have paid the county $450,000 of those dollars. That money sits with the city. Get it from the city. If it says we owed more, then we can write the check for the more. There's ways to resolve that without having to lien our properties. That's all we're saying here today. That's what we're looking for, is to stay out of this fight and allow us an opportunity to come to some alternative. And to Michelle's point, this is a bigger issue. And I can tell you from my perspective as a resident, as well as representing these folks, there's a value in all of us sitting down together, and I will commit my own time to do that as well, to try to come up with that big solution that will allow for the roads that need to get built, some of the mobility improvements to be done. Palm Trent's a great example, Commissioner, because a mobility fee that's paid to the county, or a portion of a mobility fee that's paid to a city that can also go to Palm Trent, allows things like that to happen, or the SFRTA. That's how we work together. And if we put the liens on, we're now in an adversarial position. All we're saying is,
We've been in an adversarial position, but your time has expired. We have some questions for you. Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Well, I have some comments, and I'm probably out of order for my comments, but I think being who we have speaking, and I don't know who you have speaking next, I do have a couple of things I want to say so that maybe they can address it when they're talking. I am in the unique position of sitting on both sides of this dispute. And I was under the impression that the county had satisfied the pre-suit disposition dispute resolution requirements of Chapter 164 of the Florida statute. So why isn't that what we are doing now, as opposed to litigating with developers? We should be seeking authority to litigate that. And it appears that the county is attempting to just exchange one lawsuit for another lawsuit. And I don't think that's right. This is going to result in unnecessary and significant expenditures of taxpayer dollars. And this is at risk to our own impact fee ordinance, prevailing party attorney's fees and damages. And if the county loses this, if the county loses to the city, what is the financial cost of such a loss? And if the county wins the lawsuit, and this is important, but we have no idea because we haven't gotten to that point yet, which is what we should be doing before putting liens on property owners. But if the county wins the lawsuit against the gardens, all this money comes back to the county. So putting liens on developers now is not the way to be doing this. And as I said, I mean, I'm in the middle of this because I was with the city of Palm Beach Gardens when this started, and I would much rather see us making an effort to resolve this issue on a county-wide basis rather than involving property owners. Our dispute is with the gardens, it's not with the developers. If the board were so to authorize, I would chair a collection of our 8 to 10 largest cities who, you know, many of those are waiting in the wings to see what the decision is. But I would chair a collection of those 8 to 10 planning and zoning, city managers, our planning and zoning, our county administrator, and give us a time frame, maybe 6 months, where we work out a not one-size-fits-all plan, because this is not a one-size-fits-all plan. We have 39 municipalities, each have different needs, from the Glades to Palm Beach Gardens to Riviera Beach. Everybody has different needs, and we have, I'm thinking there's six other cities that are waiting in the wings with mobility plans and fees. So instead of a partnership, I mean, let's have a partnership instead of litigating that's going to cost us millions and millions of dollars. So I guess my question is, Brian, you said you represent downtown at the Gardens.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as far as I could tell, we have 9 major projects going on in Palm Beach Gardens. We have Seacoast Utilities, we have FP&L, we have Costco, we have Trevi Isles, we have Solera. And Solera is really important because this is a development that is actually bringing affordable housing to the north end of the county. We have Point Midtown, we have downtown at the Gardens, we have the Bonnet Hunt Club, and I'm sure we have many smaller projects with owner builders pulling permits and smaller commercial enterprises. Have every single one of those entities gotten a letter? And if not, that would seem to me to be selective enforcement. So actually 2 letters, as I was told, 2 letters, correct? Okay. So have every single one of those, because we didn't get a list of who got the letters, we didn't get a list of who's getting the liens, so have every single one of those property, or developers, I should say, received the letter? Because as I said, if every single one of them hasn't, then that's selective enforcement, and that's completely wrong. So I don't know who can answer that question.
Commissioner, I can answer that question. As I indicated earlier, well, maybe I didn't say this. Staff did a public records request with the city. We received a list of permits that were issued without road impact fees being collected and remitted to the county. We then sent letters to each of the permits that were listed. We sent letters to the landowners and we sent letters to the applicants. So every landowner and every applicant, every landowner received a letter notifying that landowner, that applicant, that the road impact fees for that permit was not collected. And we requested the applicants to contact the impact fee office and make arrangements for payments. So to answer your question, if the permits were issued between January 1st, 2020 and up to November 2020, those applicants have received letters.
Was there when you were calculating?
Well, why would you stop in November if we're now bringing this to the table?
Because the reason why we will also be remitting letters to applicants who receive permits in November and December. The reason why we followed that process is because municipalities have until the 25th of the next month to actually remit the fees to the county. So we have to wait until the 25th of the next month to, in fact, determine that fees were not collected and remitted.
So just randomly then say FP&L, which is really well on their way to being developed in the Gardens, have they been sent a letter?
I'm not certain about LP&L. I know that LP&L is on the list. I don't think we have sent a letter to LP&L. And the reason why we have issues with LP&L is because based on the information that we received, it indicated that there was a credit, I think, for LP&L, so no road impact fees were due.
I'm now getting even more confused. But let me just say this again. I am happy to chair a group of our 8 to 10 largest city representatives, city managers, and our staff, because this is something that's not going away until we have litigation. And litigation either means litigating with lots of business owners or litigating with the City of Palm Beach Gardens. But this is not going to go away until we have an answer on that, and whether the City of Palm Beach Gardens believes they're right or whether the county believes they're right. Obviously, this is an impasse and we need something done. And I would like to just give us 6 months to see if we can work something out with the cities and the county to come up with a not one-size-fits-all fee, but something that benefits all of our municipalities, so we do have mobility as opposed to just road capacity, because our idea is to take people off the road. So I'll be the ombudsman. I mean, I really will. Like I said, I'm on both sides of this, and I mean, I could go on, and I'm not going to, but I know, Mr. Seymour, you have people behind you that want to speak. Is there anything you can add to what my questions or my comments?
Well, no, not specifically, Commissioner. There was the one that I knew didn't get the letter. I don't know why. I appreciate that information, but I'm happy to answer any other questions that are there.
If that concludes questions from Commissioner Moreno, we do have further questions. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear, you don't have a problem with us addressing the issue of having authority being given to the county administrator or her designee to have, to issue liens. The issue is you don't want them issued to, under this dispute, right?
Well, so if you delegated authority to the county administrator in general, but carved out where there was an intergovernmental dispute, it would allow us to at least work through these issues. But I'm understanding that this really is about this issue.
I agree. I mean, that's what I think brought it to the head. But what's really in front of us today is granting this authority.
So
So we have two things going on, correct?
Well, yes. So I do think that legally there's a problem with the entire context of what's in Article 13 and no due process for an alleged code violation. So the granting of the authority itself, as a lawyer, I think is problematic. But in the general sense of the policy decision to grant the authority, if you carved out, for instance, unless the result of the lack of payment was because of an intergovernmental dispute, at least we wouldn't be in the middle of it in the city versus county context.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
We have some more questions. Ms. Baker, you're recognized.
It's just a clarification. In Article 13, it specifically lays out options or rights of individuals that feel they should not pay a fee. They can go to the Impact Fee Appeals Board. If we find that they were correct, then we reimburse them the money. The money is put into an escrow account when there are discrepancies in this particular issue. And correct me if I'm wrong.
That is an option, yes.
It's been a minute since I dealt with it on a day-to-day basis. But we put that in place so that any individual can come in. And leaning a property is the very last thing we ever want to do. That is why it is in the ordinance, because it is an option. But that is not our focus, to lien people's property. We go through an appeals process first, get it resolved one way or the other. And I don't think in my term as the impact fee coordinator, I never liened anyone's property, because that's not what we want to do. But we have to preserve the right, because if people just decide they're not going to pay, that's a whole nother issue. But I just wanted to point out the fact that there are appeals, and there's appeals boards, so there are options.
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
I have the letter from Mr. Sweet, and I'm going to read from it, because nowhere in there is, by the way, if you disagree with this, you can appeal. This is a letter of January 20, 2021 to my contractor. Again, not to me, to my contractor. My client was copied on it, but the letter went to the contractor, and I know because they pulled the permits, I'm sure that's why it went there, but no one said this. And it says, if you don't pay within 30 days, it says, unpaid as of 30 calendar days following the day of snows, Palm Beach County may pursue appropriate legal remedies, including but not limited to the placement of lien on the properties listed below in an amount equal to the unpaid road impact fee balance, together with statutory interest accruing from 30 calendar days, et cetera. It doesn't say, if you disagree, you can appeal this way. It doesn't say, here's your options. It says, either pay me or I'm going to take all legal action, which may include filing a lien. And look, I get it. There may be an appeal process. But again, why? The money itself was paid to the city of Palm Beach Gardens. They have it. So there's no need for this. If you're right, you'll get it. And that's the problem I have with this. And so there's not an alternative in this. It's a threat. And that's why we had to come here today, because I'm happy to work out a resolution. But that wasn't provided to me as an option.
I think the larger issue you have is not with the wording of the letter, but the concept of what the board is trying to do. Commissioner McKinley, then Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thanks, Mayor. While FinFrock is sitting in the audience and Commissioner Marino brought up impact fees in all of the cities, including the Glades, I just share with my colleagues, we wouldn't be going through any of this if all of these developers would just come out and develop in the Glades. We don't have impact fees there. They don't have any mobility fees. We'll expedite the permitting. We'll do whatever you need to do. So come on out to the Glades. We got more room. Anyhow, just a couple questions. And first to Ms. Jacobs, you felt a little bit of my frustration in my remarks towards you. Nothing personal.
Uh-oh.
No, I mean, you acknowledge when you've been a little tersely worded, and nothing wrong with admitting that in public. Brian, you mentioned some alternatives. First, a question to our legal counsel. Why have we, I don't think that a ombudsman and a sit-down with the largest municipalities is going to resolve this. I think we've tried that over the past few years. So why have we not filed a lawsuit yet, and do we have a timeline for doing that? Because I think that one lawsuit's going to answer the questions for any other municipality that might be thinking about moving forward.
That's a very good question. What we've tried to do is tie up all the loose ends and consider all the interests, and quite frankly, a lot of it was an internal discussion that I can share, is that we didn't want to put people in the middle. So we've been trying to do this. This is a case of first impression for us. There's other counties watching. Other counties are in the same position as we are, and we are just getting everything together to make sure that what we do bring before the court actually would resolve an issue that's outstanding. And we did really take into consideration about the bringing people in the middle. It is a dispute between the local governments.
And
so with the time, with the time frame, also with COVID, we don't know how quickly we would have this heard, but we are, I don't want to state an exact number, but I mean a time, but we will definitely make this a priority if that's what the board would like to see happen.
And is there a time-sensitive reason that we're trying to give this lien authority today?
Not from my perspective. It was just a matter of Article 13 said what it said, and we wanted it to be more expansive, to be more specific. So Chelsea, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Article 13 allows any lien to be filed up to 3 years.
We can't hear you.
Better? Thank you. Article 13 allows a lien to be filed up to 3 years after permit issuance. There is some risk that the more time that passes, there's a risk that the ability to pursue certain rights may be lost. But 3 years is the window allowed under Article 13.
3 years. Okay. If Mr. Seymour had a recommendation or an idea, which I think is a little in its infancy, could probably be developed a little more formally, an idea of some sort of other legal agreement that doesn't put a lien on a property. Having that kind of agreement in place, would that suffice the county's concerns if we had a legal contract instead of putting a lien on the property?
We'd have to review whatever proposal was made.
Ms. Baker, you're recognized.
If we can get the landowner out of the middle of this, that is the ultimate goal, period. So what normally occurs, as I stated before, we can put these dollars into escrow. I think when we first started the discussion, when people really wasn't listening, that was thrown out there, but it was not discussed. Put the money into escrow, and when the court makes the decision, then the money from the escrow goes to the appropriate parties.
Ms. Baker, are you asking that the town of Palm Beach Gardens put the funding they've received in escrow? Or
yes, the 1.5 million up through November that road impact fees should have been paid goes in, and any future collections, the road impact fees either are put into escrow Gardens did put us on notice they would not be collecting road impact fees. They gave us that notice. We sent back and we said, you need to, the ordinance still requires that people come to the county, pay the road impact fee before the permit is issued. That happens, West Palm Beach is a prime example. They don't collect they don't collect any impact fees for the county, but they don't issue permits without some documentation from the applicant going back to the city to say, I paid my county impact fees, and then the permit is issued.
Okay, but so you're not suggesting that the developer pay the Palm Beach Gardens and also pay the county? You're just saying whatever they've paid be put into escrow until this conflict is resolved?
To get to the end of it, yes. However, I want to be really clear. The county's road impact fee has been in place since the mid-'80s, and so it continues. So the way the ordinance is written is a countywide ordinance, so our impact fees must be paid to the county. When they either, you can pay it through the city and the city remits it the 25th of the following month to the county. If that doesn't occur, then the applicant is responsible for coming to the county and paying the county impact fees. We give them a receipt, they go back to their cities, and the city issues the permit. To get through this, then yes, the 1.5 million will be identified as being outstanding from January of 2020 to October of 2020. That 1.5 million should be put in an escrow. That money will not be expended for any purpose. And then once that escrow and future dollars until this is resolved, and then it's released either back to the city, if that's how the courts rule, or to the county.
I'd like to ask two things. The first one is I'd like to table this until our next meeting to give time to develop an alternative to a lien. It sounds like we might hit the same result without having to put this problem on the backs of developers. So I would offer up a motion to table this until our next meeting, and maybe this is something we want to take up in workshop instead when we have a little bit more time. I don't know. Give me a date that would work for you to bring this back to us.
I think it's just a matter of talking to the city. Mr. Ferris is here. I think and it really follows our own ordinance, and that's to put the money into escrow, and then we get it resolved. But if short of that, I don't know what else we can do. I think we have to protect our rights.
Well, what we want to make sure that we do, and I see you there waving, Brian, what I think some of us on the board, we don't want to lien the property owner.
No.
We don't want to lien the developer. And so we're not going to get that solved sitting here in this chamber today.
Okay.
So at the next county commission meeting, I'd like this item to come back to us with a contract option rather than the lien option. And so that is my motion, is to table this.
I will second that motion because that was actually the first line here was, let me start by saying I'm not in favor of this resolution. I would like to take it off the table. So I will second your motion to take it off the table.
I just want to follow up.
Not voting on it today.
Yeah, I just want to follow
Everybody,
up.
hold on.
They're going to take it to the next meeting.
We have public speakers and we have a decorum in this chamber that will be enforced. I'm not going to have people coming up to the microphone and speaking. We are in public comment, sir, and I will get to you in just a moment. This isn't my first meeting. I would like some clarity, Commissioner McKinley, on your motion reference the contract.
Okay. Mayor Kerner, the option before us today is to grant authority to the county administrator to impose a lien on a property owner in the town of Palm Beach Gardens who has not paid their impact fee. What I am saying is I am not in favor of putting a lien. I am in favor of having some sort of legal documentation that allows us some recourse when the issue is settled in the court. So Brian Seymour brought up that option of working on a contract. And so I'm asking that we table this item and let that conversation happen and let the county administration bring this item back to us at our next regularly scheduled county commission meeting.
But you mentioned a reference to contract.
I am suggesting that we come up with legal documentation other than a lien that would give us the same result.
And I just want to clarify with the county attorney, is there a mechanism to accomplish that within the law?
Mr. Seymour referenced a tolling agreement, so we would look into that. That would be part of the discussion before the next meeting.
I just needed clarity on the pending motion on the floor. I appreciate that. Motion's been made by Commissioner McKinley, seconded by Commissioner Marino.
On the
Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Okay. I would ask the commissioner to hold her motion in abeyance so that it doesn't stop the debate. I think that it's clear that we have the attention of the community. We have FPL sitting here, BDB sitting here, Economic Council, and I think it would be a mistake to stop this discussion. I think this has been.
We're not stopping the discussion.
The motion debate, I mean, the motion at the table will end this discussion.
No, it doesn't. The rules don't say that at all.
The mayor has the discretion to continue public comment. I think that's the direction he's going.
I have the floor. A motion can be made and seconded and be pending, and public comment continue. And in fact, sometimes it's beneficial for a public speaker to have the benefit of knowing what the motion is on the table. Having said that, we're reverting back to public comment. Mr. Seymour, your time has expired. I don't see any other questions unless you have a question. Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized.
Mr. Seymour.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. The agenda item today is to authorize the county administrator or designee to file claims or liens against land for unpaid impact fees. It is not to file claims or liens against Palm Beach Gardens land. That is a backdrop issue, so I just wanted to clarify that. So we're simply seeking approval of the resolution so that the county administrator is, or designee is authorized to file liens, not file liens against Palm Beach Gardens land.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Vice Mayor Weinroth, and that actually the pending motion is far different from that, but be that as it may, Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Seymour, and again, to my point that I just made, obviously it would have been nice to have this conversation months ago. Since I was elected 2 years ago, this has been festering, and like Commissioner Marino just said, while she was on the City Council or the Commission in Palm Beach Gardens, this has been festering. So I see no problem with the motion to table, but I don't want to see this then go back into, you know, we're going to all just walk away from the table now and let it sit again. I mean, the problem is this is not moved, and everybody has a position. The county says, our money, send it. Palm Beach Gardens says, our money, we want it. And you're standing here saying, my clients don't want to be in the middle of your problem. So what is going to be, what constructive comes out of today if Commissioner McKinley's motion is approved?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think this will be the first time that this board has given direction to your staff to try to find such a solution with the business community to keep them out of it. We've had some discussions prior that didn't go anywhere, but I will commit to you right now that I will contact Ms. Neiman. We'll be on the phone. That we will come up with a concept that will provide an alternative. This certainly put it to a head. And again, the only issue here, I grant that as Mr. Fu said, this is a broad delegation, but to the point that I made to Commissioner Weiss as well, if that delegation happened, it would, you know, there's no more discussion amongst you about these alternatives. So if we table it, we'll have an alternative, and we can limit it, even with Ms. Neiman, we can limit it to intergovernmental disputes. We can try to find solutions, but I'm going to now personally be talking to your council about what kind of alternative options there are.
And to the comments that my colleague to my right made about broadening this to a conversation with the municipalities that haven't stepped up yet, I would be reticent to do that. I think that, and I can't speak for them, even though they're mostly in my district, I think they're very happy to let Palm Beach Gardens fight this fight and then see where it's going to go, rather than stepping in and having to be part of this conversation at this point in time.
We would happily let you and Palm Beach Gardens fight this fight as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just have one word for Mr. Abrams, McMurray property. Well, Mr. Seymour, you don't represent the city of Palm Beach Gardens.
Oh, no, sir.
No, there's no attorney-client privilege if I ask you some questions about your thoughts about legal strategy. They're proprietary for sure, and I'm sure you have a high hourly rate, but don't send me a bill.
I am a genius, so
yes.
That certainly helps.
You went to Fordham, I know that you're a genius.
I think I'm going to send that clip to the law school to use now. Thank you. So to a degree, there isn't, and to a degree, there is, but not with the city, because I have discussed the possibility of what it could mean if the lien was filed, because the defenses to that lien that we would be forced to make relate specifically to the validity of the structure of your impact fees in general, in the context of the mobility fee, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So broadly speaking, I think I can talk to that. If it's something I specifically spoke with a client about, I'll sort of
Understood.
pivot.
And having prefaced that very well, did you go to Gardens and say you should start taking this money and holding it and spending it?
I'm sorry, did I?
I mean, was it your recommendation to them that they move forward on this?
I made no recommendation one way or the other.
What do you have?
What I would suggest to the Gardens, and they're sitting here, is whatever is appropriate to do to resolve to keep the business owners out of the dispute, they should do. I would suggest to the Gardens, as I am to you, that if a lawsuit is necessary, that y'all bring it, one or the other of you. But as to whether and how they spend the money, I don't know. I'm not sure that I could tell them one way or the other, but certainly if it would keep everybody peaceably working to put some money in escrow, I don't know their budget, but from a developer's perspective, it doesn't matter to me, right? So the point is, like, I don't know how your budget works. Boy, I certainly don't. I don't know how their budget works. And so I don't know how that all works, why, what. I think that having that discussion is complicated, but I don't know what I would tell the Gardens other than, there's a great opportunity. Whatever the two sides need to do to keep us out of it, that's what we want to do. I don't know what the right answer is between the two of you, though.
Okay. Oh, we have lights back on. Commissioner Moreno, you're recognized.
I think we have representatives here from Palm Beach Gardens. Maybe we should give them a chance to speak.
I agree, but I did want my opportunity to ask Mr. Seymour some questions.
And I just want to say that you represent Downtown at the Gardens, as you said, and they did pay all of their fees to the city of Palm Beach Gardens because they are the permitting entity, correct?
That is correct.
And the city of Palm Beach Gardens, have they remitted any impact fees at all to the county? Because I know there's more than just road impact fees.
I have no idea.
Okay. So your developer paid all their fees in good faith?
Correct.
So I don't believe that it is I don't believe we should be leaning anybody who has paid their fees in good faith. I think it's something that we need to work out with the city and the county that, as I said earlier, if the lawsuit takes place and the county wins, the county gets all the road impact fees back. So by asking them to put the money in escrow or anything like that, I don't know if that's even necessary, because when the lawsuit is decided, the money would have to either go to the county or stay with the city. One way or the other, the lawsuit will decide where the money goes. Is that correct?
So my understanding is that, which is part of the reason, frankly, why it's very easy for me to say I think we can enter into an agreement that whatever the court decides as to that split, whatever would have been left over would have been paid, because we're committed to paying what we're legally required to pay. We believe we've paid it because it is a substantial amount of money. And when we did the calculations between the mobility fee versus the old Palm Beach Gardens traffic impact fee, I think they call road impact fee, and the county roadway impact fees, the numbers were almost identical. And so that money is with Palm Beach Gardens now. And obviously, as a city, they'd have to budget however they need to budget their payment if they lose, but I don't know the budgeting process for y'all.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKinley, you recognize, and then we'll go to Commissioner Bernard.
Thanks. Just a clarification to Commissioner Weinroth's comments about allowing this issue to fester any longer. This is not something I want my successor to inherit, so I prefer that we get this done quickly. And my motion said the next county commission meeting, and that would be April 6th, so that kind of puts the fire under their feet. At that same time, I would suggest that we have a final decision on moving forward with litigation. I think it's in the mutual interest of other municipalities that we settle this once and for all. So it was April 6th was the deadline on
Do
that.
any of those comments affect the substance of your motion that's pending on the floor?
Clarification.
Okay. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brian, you had mentioned there's a road impact fee. They don't have a separate road impact fee. It's the road impact fee that they collect for us. Is that correct?
They had, so prior to the enactment of the mobility fee, and Mr. Lohman is here, Mr. Ferris is here, so I'm sure they could give you much more detail, but prior to the enactment of the mobility fee, the city had a roadway impact fee for local roads. And in addition, there was the impact fee for the county roads. When they adopted the mobility fee, my understanding of the way they did it and what the ordinance says is that the mobility fee sort of absorbs all of that to fully offset your traffic impacts. And so that's how that change happened. So there's no more roadway impact fee. It's just under the statutory concept of the mobility fee that came in 2011. So, yeah, I hope that helped.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Stoops, if the money is held in escrow, what happens to, let's say it's in litigation for 3-5 years, what happens with that money during that 3 to 5 years? Are the roads in that area going to be addressed during that time period?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
No, would the roads that we're supposed to build out in that zone, would they be built?
Well, of course, we have a 5-year road program, and part of that 5-year road program includes roads in that zone. And it's based on our collecting impact fees in that zone. So I would say that if we're not collecting road impact fees in that zone for 5 years, it's obviously going to impact our road construction program in that zone and the prioritization of projects. But I also know that I think our Director of Engineer is also here, and he can probably provide additional clarity related to your question.
So if I'm, yeah, please.
Dave Ricks, County Engineer. Related to the 5-year road program for that impact fee zone, we've got close to $40 million program over the 5 years. And so if the funds are not allocated, we use actually impact fees, actually gas tax, and some local dollars, I mean, and other funds. And so the impact fees is a good portion of that supporting for that program. And so if we don't have funding in that 5 years for that, some of those projects will probably be delayed for execution. And so we've had, road widening, we've had some intersection improvements, and some other projects slated in that zone area.
And so that means the whole zone, most likely, some of the projects wouldn't get done, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, do we have the ability to change the zones and like maybe we just create, can we just like create a Palm Beach Garden zone, and so in that way, whatever's not done, I'm just thinking like what can we do to make sure that we're able to at least address the road network around that outside of Palm Beach Gardens?
Well, in terms of, we can't just arbitrarily change the zones. Every year when we conduct our, every 2 years or so when we conduct our update, the benefit zones, the road impact fee benefit zones are part of our review. And based on that review, based on the analysis, we can always redesign our zones. But the zones must meet rational nexus. They must be consistent with impact fee principles.
And like, can you explain to me the area of that zone that would be potentially impacted if those dollars are held in escrow? Like, what's the area that we're talking about in zone? Is it zone 1 or?
It's zone 1, and actually there is a map, a part of a presentation. If we pop it up there real quick. Yeah, and so if you can expand it a little bit.
Need to zoom in.
Can you make it a little larger there? So, impact fee we're talking about is impact fee area 1, and so that's the total area that is covered by that zone, and so we've got projects throughout the whole area that we're programming through the 5 years.
Like, what's the area? Because I can't.
Zone 1 for clarity, I can correct. Zone 1 for clarity, it's the Beeline Highway extending from the Martin County line down to diagonally, horizontally, down to Martin Luther King in Rivera Beach. So as you look at that map, if you can just imagine where the Beeline Highway, Zone 1 extends down the Beeline Highway from Martin County to Martin Luther King Boulevard in Rivera Beach.
Like, which county commission districts potentially would be impacted by it?
I believe the county commission districts impacted are
1 and 7.
Yes.
Probably
1 and 7.
6
1 and 7.
1 and 7.
What about, is there any 6?
No, there's not.
My district goes to North Lake at the Beeline, so yeah, you would get a little bit more.
Yeah.
We have a few subdivisions in Palm Beach Gardens, also in my district.
So District 1, 6, and 7 potentially would be impacted.
I assume so. I know definitely 1 and 7, but yes.
Okay. What I can tell you regarding this item, I'm not a big fan of putting a lien on private property, and so I'm not a big fan of it. So what I hope is that we can find a way to, at our next meeting for us to work this out. But, if we have to put a lien on private properties and we can't get this resolved, I'm prepared to do that also. So, thank you.
All right, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Weinroth, are your questions related to Mr. Seymour?
Thank you. My point was just on the remark that Commissioner Bernard made, which is tangential to Mr. Seymour. Collapsing these zones would certainly inure to the benefit of the cities along the east, because they're going to be in a better position because they've been built out much sooner than what's going on in the west. But of course, traffic doesn't respect political boundaries, it doesn't respect zones, and like Commissioner McKinley said, people are driving into these areas from the Glades, from Boca Raton, from wherever. So I would have a real difficult time justifying any change of the zone to try and somehow give the Palm Beach Gardens their own little zone and not have to worry about what's going on to the west of them. And that was my only point. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Baker, you're recognized.
Just a point of information. From 2003 to 2018, the county allocated roughly about $42 million in projects in Palm Beach Gardens within their boundaries. We actually collected $32 million. And so those dollars came from other areas within Zone 1. And it is now time to do other improvements, including in Palm Beach Gardens, but also in other zones. I mean, within the same zone, but in other areas, such as Jupiter and other areas surrounding that.
Very good. Thank you for those comments. We're moving now deeper into public comment. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to have R. Max Lohman, followed by Jack Weir.
My legs are killing me.
For the record, R. Max Lohman, Lohman Law Group. I'm the Palm Beach Gardens City Attorney. I apologize for my impertinence earlier. I thought you were going to make a motion and close debate on this issue, and since all these questions were largely directed at my client, I was getting more than a bit frustrated as everyone but me and my client was being questioned about my client.
Understood.
It seems like you've largely come to, I can't talk to this, you've largely come to a resolution to some degree as it relates to the liens. It's been touched on briefly. I think you have some significant problems with that provision of your code in the ULDC. State legislature is the one that sets forth the manner and method that liens can be placed on real property. They're the authority that establishes the priority of liens. Florida is essentially a race notice state. Doesn't matter when your lien accrues, it matters when it gets recorded. So if I get mine recorded before you, even if yours was signed before me, mine's the one that prevails. ULDC Article 13, Section 14B says that not only will that lien can be recorded, just unilaterally, the county granted itself that authority where there's no statutory basis for it. It says you can unilaterally just grant yourself that authority, and then it turns around and says that, oh, by the way, it's also a super priority lien. It steps in front of a mortgage. There is no basis in state law for that at all. Only taxes jump in front of a mortgage. You cannot subvert a purchase money mortgage by just simply recording a lien because you're a government entity. Not under home rule for a county or a municipality can you do that. That authority just simply does not exist in the law. It does not exist in the Florida Constitution. It does not exist in Florida state law. Moreover, the Florida Constitution specifically prohibits that behavior because it's an unconstitutional impairment of contract. When you sign a contract for a mortgage, and I'm a mortgagee and I'm granting that mortgage, okay, when I grant that mortgage, that is the bargain for exchange for them to loan me that money to me grant that lien, that encumbrance, that property right on my property. So that is problematic. If these property owners are drug into this and they bring these lawsuits to quiet title, you're going to be looking at prevailing party attorney's fees, not only the cost for you to litigate it yourself, but prevailing party attorney's fees and costs as well as damages. Mr. Seymour didn't even touch on certain types of mortgages that you could have that would actually, he mentioned it, but it could trigger a maturity of that mortgage. As it relates to the mobility fee and road impact fees, there's no good guy or bad guy here between the county and Palm Beach Gardens. I know we don't feel that way. What it is 163-3180 specifically empowered any local government in the state to adopt a mobility fee. It says if you abandon concurrency. There was no carve out for charter counties. There was no carve out for non-charter counties. There was no exemption for Palm Beach County or county-wide ordinances. It's a state law. The state law prevails over a county charter. That's the sum total of the dispute. And truthfully, during this, when we went through the 164 proceeding, at every single step of the way, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions on anyone, some of the very first words that came out of everyone from the county when we sat down is, well, we know we're not going to resolve this here today. We came there to every one of those meetings through that 164 proceeding to genuinely have a discussion to how to resolve it. And every time it happened, what we got back from the county staff was, it's our way or the highways, the road impact fees. We would welcome the opportunity to actually truly have a discussion and resolve this issue and address it. And as far as what Ms. Baker said about the money that's been spent in Palm Beach Gardens, I pointed that out, if you remember, at the joint meeting between the City Council and you find people as part of the 164. I did a whole slide presentation and showed you from a presentation that George Webb did back in 2016 that showed over the 10-year plan from 05 to 16 how the money had been spent. There's just as many examples of cities where you've collected millions and millions and millions of dollars and spent virtually nothing. Boynton Beach comes to mind as the glaring example. Over $25 million collected in Boynton Beach over a 10-year period and less than $7 million spent. So, and I pointed out actually the money that was spent in Palm Beach Gardens and the disparity. That disparity of using money collected in other municipalities to do projects in the gardens, we've never said that that was okay or fair. And I said, and I pointed out, as it relates to Commissioner McKinley's discussion, I completely understand the concern about District 6 and people getting in, especially along North Lake from that area. And that's why we specifically excluded Avenir from our mobility plan, because they have a prop share. And that's just not nothing. That's $38.5 to $40 million they're paying in impact and prop share, in road impact fees and prop share to Palm Beach County, not to us, to Palm Beach County, for the improvements along North Lake and the widening along North Lake. All that was excluded. We also excluded Alton, because Alton was, by my recollection, was the last development of regional impact done in the state before Chapter 380 was changed. And they also had a prop share agreement with the county, and there was very well thought out, very thoroughly negotiated road improvements that were precipitated by that DRI. So we specifically carved them out of our mobility plan as well. And also, everything west of the Beeline in Palm Beach Gardens is still under the road impact and traffic concurrency plan. It's not under mobility. Only our urban core is under mobility. So just to be clear, I wanted to clarify that point, and I appreciate your indulgence, because I think it's important that you all know that and hear it. This is a legitimate legal dispute between whether or not a county charter prevails over state law. Not even over our mobility fee. State law specifically empowers any local government. That's what the law says. I didn't write it. The state legislature wrote it. Specifically empowers any local government to adopt a mobility fee and mobility plan. It also requires a mobility fee and mobility plan to be constructed such that it fully mitigates the transportation impacts created by that development that comes under that mobility plan. We did extensive studies for several years and put this plan together. And that's how it came about. And so, from our perspective, it's not a good guy or bad guy thing. If this thing has to go to court to get it resolved, that's fine. It's a deck action. It's not you're bad and I'm good. It's just we have a disagreement, and you got to get the courts to decide who's right or who's wrong. That's just the way it works. It's unfortunate that we can't come to some kind of resolution. A countywide viewpoint on mobility would, I think, be beneficial. I think that my council feels that way. I think some of you probably feel that way. Yes, there are still roads that need to be built in Palm Beach County, but the eastern portion of Palm Beach County, you can't road build your way out of it. One of the most idiotic things I ever heard is said, well, we could widen PGA Boulevard. It would take more than half your budget to do the eminent domain. It would take more than half your annual budget to do the eminent domain to widen Palm Beach to PGA Boulevard. Could you imagine the millions and millions of dollars in partial takings, damages that you would have in severance damages to do eminent domain to widen PGA? Plus, that's had a crawls on it for 20 years. It'd be like widening Okeechobee. It's not in the cards. So you can't road build your way out of certain areas of Palm Beach County. There are areas where obviously you need roads still, but the eastern portion you don't. Thank you.
We have some questions. Commissioner Weiss, and then to Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm confused. You started off telling me about stepping in front of mortgages for liens. Was that part of this discussion?
Well, what's before you today that I think is largely going to be overcome by events based upon Commissioner McKinley's motion, I'd like to prognosticate on where you'll go. I think you're probably all going to vote for it. Is that
I thought it was just to grant the authority because it wasn't explicit in.
That you're granting the authority for your county administrator or designee to place liens, to record liens on properties. And what I'm saying to you is that
I don't understand this part about stepping in front of mortgage.
It's in your code. In your ULDC, it says that lien for impact fees is superior to a mortgage.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And that's what I was saying, is that you don't unilaterally, no government entity has the authority to do it except the state.
I didn't understand where you're coming from.
Certainly, sir. Thank you.
Obviously, Palm Beach Gardens deserves an aggressive advocate, and certainly you are an aggressive advocate. But I'm having some problems with I won't call it the attitude, but I will call it the lack of a willingness, like we were hearing before as we were listening to Mr. Seymour, about trying to move towards a resolution. And we've had these conversations before. Yes, we sat down in a room over at the convention center, and I remember watching your presentation. I also remember looking at that presentation and seeing how out of balance it is that you've taken and taken and taken, and now that you have gotten your roads built out, you're saying, okay, we're done, we're going to cut loose from this impact fee, now we're going to go to the next thing. I think it's a great thing for your residents to be able to take the money from your neighbors to the west to build out your road system and now say, by the way, we're done, we're going to go do our mobility, you guys figure out how to do your road system. It doesn't work that way. And my problem is we are still in the same place, and as much as I am in favor of the motion on the table by Commissioner McKinley to try and get this resolved, and by a date certain of April 6th, I'm not hearing anything, not one iota from you that makes it sound like we're going to get any further along than we have in the last 2 years, that you are of a position, this is our right, this is our money, keep your hands off of it, and I don't hear any concession that there's going to be some way of us figuring out how we're going to build out a road system and do mobility. Give me some feeling that there's a reason to postpone this until April 6th. Is there going to be some discussion here about what we can do to get the landowners out of this conversation and be able, if not to resolve this, at least put this money someplace where we all can know where it is, nice and safe, and then get this thing resolved?
Well, it's a multi-part question. Let me try to answer it. First of all, in our mobility plan, just so you understand, even in our mobility plan, and we have shared this with your staff, and I think we even shared it with all of you at least once. I know there was a lot going on in that meeting, and emotions run high and those stuff. This is a serious issue. Our mobility plan specifically states in there that if a development in our city causes impacts to county infrastructure outside the city, we will use the mobility fees that we collect to make those improvements in coordination with the county. If there's a dual rational nexus to that impact, we will absolutely spend money to make that improvement. Our mobility plan also includes certain and designates certain intersection improvements on county roadways in the city that we would spend money to improve on. To improve. So there is that. And as far as working together to get the private property owners out of this, we're certainly not opposed to that. As far as putting the money in escrow, honestly, I don't really see any point for it. We have over $25 million in undesignated reserves. We have a couple $1 million in mobility fees that we've collected. If a judge issues an order, if this dispute goes to court and issues an order and says we have to pay it, we have to pay it. It doesn't matter whether it's in escrow or whether it's in our undesignated fund balance, we would have to pay that. And that's the way it works. We unfortunately had an unsuccessful lawsuit not too long ago, and we had to pay some money, and so we did. It didn't have to be an escrow. So in that regard, I think escrow is kind of it's fluffy. It doesn't really do anything. The money is there. Like I said, we have the money, and if a court ordered us to pay the money, we would pay the money. That's the way it works. I wouldn't want my 5 council members to end up in jail on contempt because we didn't pay a judgment that was due.
If the court ordered it.
If the court, of course.
Which
yes,
is,
sir.
that's an assumption, by the way.
Right. And again, and that's if the court ordered it. And you know, it may take a court to decide this. You know, lawyers, you know, several of you are attorneys. You want an opinion, ask a lawyer. You want another opinion, ask another lawyer. So you can get different opinions on the law on just about any given topic. Obviously, I believe that our reading and interpretation of the law is right. Your attorneys, I'm certain, believe that their interpretation of the law is right. What we think would be a potential solution, rather than litigating the issue, is recognizing that mobility fees and a mobility plan can work in areas in the county, and try to work together to look at developing and integrating a mobility fee plan or mobility plan and mobility fee in the county. And you've got, like you said, you've got, especially Vice Mayor Weinroth, and I know Commissioner Bernard, you both of you and you as well, I believe Commissioner Weiss, have municipalities in your jurisdiction that are all looking very heavily and are moving forward in the mobility fee area because it doesn't work for them. I mean, West Palm Beach, obviously their downtown core is a glaring example of that. They can't road build their way out of a traffic situation. They have to look at alternative means of transporting people from those transportation nodes like the Tri-Rail and the bus station to that last mile to get them to work. That driving a car just doesn't get it done for them. While, as I recognized in Commissioner McKinley's district in particular, yeah, you're not gonna golf cart and shaded bike path your way out of transportation in that area of the county right now. 40 years ago, when we adopted a road impact fees or transportation concurrency countywide, that was the case here. I mean, not even 40 years ago, Military Trail north of PGA Boulevard was a dirt road. Now it's 6 to 8 lanes almost everywhere. It runs from Jupiter all the way to Boca. That wasn't the case in the 80s.
Council, I'm not trying to.
No, please.
I'm interrupting you, but I didn't want to interrupt you. But I'd like you to answer the Vice Mayor's question.
Well, I think there is a way to work through it. That's what I'm saying. I think that having
So
that
what
meeting and
proposals
discussion.
do we have to consider, and what proposals have the sorry to
I appreciate that, because you sound so dug in. I'm not sure that there's any middle ground here. The county is committed to the fact that it has to spend road impact fees to build out a road system. You're committed to the fact that you want to do mobility and you want to do it with our impact fees. I mean, that's the two positions. Nothing has changed in the 2 years we've been having this conversation. So other than the reason that we're sitting here today, which is we want to now find a way of getting our money, and the lien was the course that the county administrator has proposed, what has changed? And if nothing has changed, then what's going to change between now and April 6th?
Well, respectfully, I would say the same thing to the county. What has changed? For parties to reach a resolution, there has to be give and take on both sides. There has to be some reasonable compromise. Me saying, I want your wallet, and you saying, no, I can't have it, that's not a compromise. It's a matter of...
I know, but I have a house, and you can't move in. It's my house. And you're never going to be able to tell me that I should give you 2 rooms because that would be nice and you're a nice guy. It's our house, it's our money, we don't want to give it to you. You want it, we don't want to give it. Now, where's the middle ground? How do we move forward? If you don't see any middle ground, then what is the point in pushing this to April 6th, other than having a vehicle for taking the money, putting it in a safe place, and saying, all right, we'll resolve this and whatever it takes to get this thing done?
Well, respectfully, I think there's a little bit of apples and oranges here. I mean, you've got the issue of how do you want to keep the private property owners out of this dispute? And I think that's what the motion on the table, if I don't want to misspeak, but I think that's what the motion on the table does, is potentially gets them out of the dispute. And then we have the oranges, if you will, over here, which is the dispute that exists between the two governmental entities. And I think that they're not mutually exclusive. I think that you may certainly be able to resolve and get the private property owners out of the middle of this dispute. And if we can't resolve our dispute and we have to go to court, then that's what we have to do. And just to make a point, the difference between that housing analogy and what I'm saying is there's no if I had a statute that said I could get 2 rooms in your house, then we'd go to court and fight over me getting 2 rooms in your house. See, there's the difference. I'm basing it on a statute, not just, hey, I want 2 rooms in your house. So there is a difference there.
Interpretation of the statute.
Well, of course. It always turns on that. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. And the Vice Mayor, and listen, sometimes there's not compromise. Sometimes that's why the judicial system exists, is to adjudicate disputes between public citizens. But you know how you get the business community out of this? You have the power to do that. You exclusively have the power to do that. Well, by you, I mean the city council.
How do you suggest that, sir, just respectfully?
Send the money to the county.
That's not going to happen. Respectfully, I don't mean to be trite. I mean respectfully, sir, that's not going to happen. No,
And you weren't trite, but you were candid.
Yes, it
and I value candor. So
But
this
again, I don't
seems
think
to
they're
me
mutually
to be a perfect solution to help effectuate our vision. Because you've just said that that's not going to happen. And the Vice Mayor just went through a very articulate, well-reasoned analysis as to why kicking this can down the street to April is really just kicking our responsibilities down the street for a couple weeks.
Well, I don't know if not to be argumentative, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because I don't think that putting a lien on the private property owner's property is going to get you the money. Because it's not going to force us to give you the money.
Well,
and it still
may.
It may precipitate litigation that we get brought into as well, but it also exposes the county to real risk, in that you might rob Peter to pay Paul, because what I'm talking to you is not just opinion. And you can ask Ms. Neiman, you don't have to take my word for it. Okay, if you lose on a slander of title claim, you will pay prevailing party attorney's fees. And as you guys have already noticed, I think Mr. Seymour's gone. He's not cheap. Nobody at his firm is.
He's not cheap.
Well, he's still there. There he is. Well, he's not inexpensive. Let me put it that way. I want to be clear.
He's neither cheap nor inexpensive.
There you go. Okay.
And neither are you, and neither is the city of Palm Beach Gardens, who has paid an immense amount in attorney's fees after they've lost litigation, and yet you guys still exist as a municipality.
Sure.
So,
right.
Let's not overstate.
No, but you'd also be facing damages as well.
I'm gonna suggest that we stop having this conversation, since this is likely to end up in litigation. There is a motion on the floor to table the lien issue, which is the only issue before us today. And I would ask Commissioner Bernard, do we have any more public comment?
Well, I have the floor, respectfully, Commissioner McKinley, and I don't think, we are both pretty competent attorneys, and the conversations that we're having will in no way affect, I don't think, the outcome of the case.
I would agree.
We're allowed to have these conversations. The law protects these conversations, particularly in a public forum. The point that I want to make is that, based upon the conversations that we've just had with Vice Mayor Weinroth and myself, there's not going to be an ability to resolve this by the 26th.
Probably not the governmental dispute between Palm Beach County and Palm Beach Gardens. No, sir. I think whether or not you want, if this commission chooses to resolve the issue as it relates to the private property owners, of course, it's just my opinion. I think you can resolve that. I think they are separate.
And my final word is the business community is very influential, and they may be influential towards your members of your city council if we pass this agenda item today. It may be the proper catalyst that we need to move this forward. Commissioner Marino, you're recognized, and then we'll go to the vote.
I just want to say that I think by having this discussion today, we're not kicking the can down the road, we're actually bringing it to a head. We have not done anything about proceeding with settling this issue, and I think this lively and very lively discussion today is helping bring that about so that there is a final resolution to this. So again, yes, I am in favor of tabling this for now and bringing it up again in April.
All right. Thank you. We'll finish public comment, and then we'll move to.
Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you, Council. As always, very high-level advocacy, and we appreciate that.
We have Jack Weir, followed by Michelle DePotter.
Hello. I was going to say good morning, but it's been a little beyond that now. So I'll try and keep it brief. It's been a pretty lengthy discussion. The perspective that I wanted to bring to you is that as a developer who's actually affected by this. So I'm the president of Eastland Development. I'm also on the executive committee of the Economic Council. We are the developer of the Solera.
Thank you.
We are the developer of the Solera at City Center project in Palm Beach Gardens. Solera is 136 units. 10% of those are workforce housing. We receive no subsidy on that. The road impact fees on that project, in addition to the mobility fees we paid, would be an additional $417,000. So that's not anything that we budgeted. We budgeted the original road impact fees. We have paid all fees required by the City of Palm Beach Gardens, which is the permitting authority. We were aware of the intergovernmental dispute, but the project has been years in the making. We closed and commenced construction in January 2020, and our expectation was that the dispute would be resolved by this time, 14 months later. What's been proposed by staff is a very blunt instrument, and it would do a lot of damage. In our case, we're under construction. So the goal of placing a lien on our property would be to halt construction, basically to tell our construction lender, you can't advance any more money until this project's been resolved. Contractor wouldn't be paid, some contractors wouldn't be paid, so there'd be litigation there. The other thing is, it's basically it would stop the project in its tracks. It would also basically use private actors, private businesses as pawns in a larger struggle. So we think, and I think the motion by Commissioner McKinley sets it up so that there is a chance to resolve it by mediation and then litigation. We think the intergovernmental dispute is best resolved between the two governmental entities. If you persist in an action where you start filing liens, what it's going to do is have a chilling effect on future projects. The only projects that will get done are those that are aimed at a wealthy enough segment or a higher enough rent-paying segment where they can afford double fees. Workforce housing or entry-level home ownership or anything like that, would be out of the question. You can't do it. So the issue is, and you have all at different times professed your support for workforce housing. There's been discussion about a housing bond pre-COVID, et cetera. It's inconceivable to me that the county would take an action that would actually prevent new workforce housing units from coming online. So I'm a lawyer by background, and I'm not a practicing lawyer, but one of the things that I've observed, it's always better to try and settle a dispute before the lawyers get involved. Once the emotions run, and I understand your frustration, I read the room, I read it loud and clear, your frustration with the current situation. But I would strongly urge you to support Commissioner McKinley's motion and try and come up one more time with a negotiated solution before you can do that. And the Economic Council stands ready to try and facilitate a solution between the two government entities, and happy to entertain any questions.
And you stand by those comments even after hearing the very deep divide that has been presented between the two municipalities?
I do, Mayor. I understand, and obviously it's a dispute because there's strong feelings on both sides. But I don't think that suppression is going to cause this issue to go away. I think there are half a dozen other municipalities that are looking at this mobility fee issue, and different districts have different needs, but I do think that you need to think about the policy that's been in place in the 80s and whether there's any modification that's warranted as this county increasingly urbanizes. It's not just downtown West Palm Beach. It's Boca, it's Delray, it's Boynton, it's downtown at the Gardens, even.
But you agree that requires an amendment to our charter then?
I'm not going to render an opinion on it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you don't have to, because the only way that the charter could be amended is it would be amended by the voters.
Well, I think you look at the impact fees every 2 years as part of your impact fee review, as Mr. Sloop indicated. So I think that's a context in which you can look at it.
Okay. Councilor, thank you for your comments. Any questions? Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized.
I'm just going to tell you that certainly what you've said makes a big impression upon me, and I certainly am cognizant that I think from the comments that were made by the Council for Palm Beach Gardens, it's clear that there's not going to be a resolution of the intergovernmental dispute. But I think I'm inclined to favor the motion on the table if it gives us an opportunity to figure out a way of preserving the rights of the county during the interim period, which will obviously occur as we move this towards a resolution by a court of competent jurisdiction. So I'm not expecting that there's going to be any movement on either side with respect to our respective rights as far as impact fees or mobility fees, but I do hear your pain, and I don't want to do anything to stop you from putting more housing units out there for our workforce housing units and affordable housing units. So anything that would chill that is certainly not going to be something I'm going to be in favor of. And I don't have any possible feeling that there is going to be a resolution of this between now and the 9th or the 6th, but I'm hoping by the 6th we have an agreement that somehow this money can be put in some safe place. Palm Beach Gardens doesn't seem to like that idea either, but somehow we're going to have that resolved so we are comfortable not having a lien out there, but having our rights and our money preserved and letting, again, a judge figure this out.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, further public comment.
We have one last one.
Hi, it's now afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Baker, and County Attorney Neiman. So I sat here and listened to a lot. Actually, I just learned about this issue yesterday. It wasn't as transparent as I would have liked to have seen it in nature. I think it just glazed over in the agenda, but some people in the business community reached out to me, and I did have the time to reach out to my board to try and get a sense of clarity on what our position might be on this, because I do represent developers, or let's say I have members that are developers in my membership, as well as road builders, and you know, there's a concern across the board. But one thing consistent with my board was that we were going to oppose this and ask you all for some time, like we may get here today, to further, you know, discuss this. I think over the last year there hasn't been the collaboration. At least I haven't been brought to the table on anything. I think that that needs to occur. And they felt very strongly that, you know, property owners shouldn't have to deal with consequences of liens. So that's really the sticking point for them. But I think we all in the business community and the Economic Council, which we support, find ourselves in the middle of this legal situation. And none of us, I don't think, are fully equipped to deal with some of the questions thrown at us today, and we understand everyone's side. I'm going to ask for some time. I like Commissioner McKinley's motion. It's something we would like to see supported. Another thing is nobody wants to see growth stagnated, and nobody wants to see infrastructure perhaps not move forward. That's a priority of AGC of America and development in itself. You know, we in Palm Beach County and the business community are proud of our reputation. I think everybody in this room can agree to that, and I do believe that this has a propensity to affect that and taint that, and could deter development in the future and growth, and people might go elsewhere, maybe to the Glades, and that would be a good thing. But so those are really just my comments today. I do think we need to sit back a little bit and take a look at this and have the right people at the table to talk about all the issues. And I do think we lost some time over the last year in doing so. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think that concludes public comment. I just had one more question, and I'll direct it to Mr. Lohman, and certainly I could possibly be asking you to answer a question that you're not equipped to answer because it pertains to a policy decision by the board of the city. But as you and I know, there are a lot of different remedies that courts order. It's possible that we could prevail in this litigation and the court's order doesn't require the return of the monies that have been collected. Is the city willing to enter into an agreement that if we're the prevailing party, you will return the money to the county?
You are correct in that is a question that I am not equipped to answer. I would have to have that discussion with the city manager and the city council members of Palm Beach Gardens to give you a definitive answer.
I think if this motion does pass, I think that would be a helpful answer to provide to us one way or another.
I will certainly discuss it with them.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, that concludes debate and questions by members of the board and public comment. So we're all clear on the pending motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes 7-0. We look forward to having this discussion on the 26th of April.
Mr. Mayor, as the District Commissioner for item 6C1, move that we approve item 6C1.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bernard, second by Vice Mayor Weinroth on 6C1, related to termination and release of easement. No public comment. All in favor? All opposed? That item passes 7-0. 61. There is public comment, housing and economic sustainability.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like a very brief, abbreviated presentation on this, given the length of time we spent on the last item, but because this is the largest economic development deal to hit the Glades in about 20 years.
I second that.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and good afternoon. And at the table this afternoon, I'm Dort Miller, Assistant County Administrator, Sherry Howard from Housing Economic Sustainability, Jonathan Brown, and David Behar. So Sherry will just do this brief presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This item represents a motion to approve an economic development incentive with FinFrock South Florida to provide a cash grant in the amount not to exceed $1.9 million over 10 years and an ad valorem tax exemption in an amount of $400,000 for a total of $2.3 million. The company is a design build general contractor and precast manufacturer. The agreement requires the company to make a minimal capital investment of $36 million to purchase 94 acres, also to create 200 jobs over a 10-year period with an average wage of $38,000. And the company is required to maintain those jobs for 3 years following the creation of the jobs. And that's my presentation, and we can answer any questions.
Very good. Vice Mayor Weinroth, you recognize, sir.
Yeah, just a comment, and I know I will vote for this, but I'm troubled by it because, number one, it's not 38,000, it's 33,000. It's 200 jobs granted, no state participation. This is not necessarily something that I would embrace under normal circumstances, and not saying that the west part of our county is not normal, but certainly getting those 200 jobs out there and doing this makes sense in this particular situation, but I don't want this to be seen as something that should be emulated in other areas of the county. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm sure that the Commissioner McKinley will move this for approval. I'll second it when she moves it, but this is, again, not something that I would like to see in other areas of the county.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think this is actually, I think it's a great idea. And in speaking with you all yesterday, there were a couple of things that I just want to be sure that we do. First, my question is, what is the business of FinFrock? What are they doing?
They basically provide, I think maybe a little bit of an example is prefab buildings. So they manufacture concrete in order to make those buildings. And we do have a representative from the company, or that represents the company here
It's okay.
as well.
I'm sure you could answer this question because I don't need to get into the depth of it. But are they going to be excavating in the Glades in order to get this material to make this building? You know, it's like a, is this an excavation company? Is it a business like that? Or is it a manufacturing business that will be making materials for building?
It will be a concrete manufacturing facility.
Okay. So
and
not
so they will be
excavating.
building 140,000 square feet of
I can't
building.
hear you.
So it's
I'm
not-
sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, so they'll actually be constructing a building, 140,000 square feet
No, I know that they're
facility.
going to be constructing a building, but what I want to know is what are they doing in the Glades? So they're not excavating, they're manufacturing.
They're manufacturing.
That's fine. And another question I had, and I think I went over it yesterday a little bit with y'all, and that is, having worked with the economic, the Department of Economic Opportunity in the state level, we're always concerned that when a company comes in, we give them incentives, as we're doing with this company. And that's a good thing for the Glades, or any area, actually, in Palm Beach County or the state. What assurance do we have that the labor force will come from the Glades?
Okay, so that is a very good question, and we have had extensive conversation concerning the employment. And if I may back up just a little to address what Commissioner and Vice Mayor Weinroth said, we totally agree. And we had extensive discussion and conversation with our administrator to actually convince her to get on board. And so that is a justification that it is a unique opportunity for the Glades because of the absence of jobs, okay? And also, in terms of the amount of incentives, we had to do a really deep dive about the demucking cost. It's about $100,000 per acre to demuck. And we really, really need to have jobs in the area. Now, to your question about employment, and also not only for the employees, but also for the construction company during the construction phase. In the agreement, we address that, okay? We have Career Source who'll be working alongside FinFrock and working with the Palm Beach State College, and there's also the technical school to employ that. We do have local labor, okay, labor force in the Glades to the extent possible. They will also be offering training as well to make sure that the ones who do not have the proper skill sets, that we can offer training to ensure that they are employed. So we have Career Source, and it is actually documented in the agreement that in terms of advertising, recruitment, and training, Career Source will play a huge, huge role.
Very good. I'm happy.
Also in the agreement as well, there is a statement about local businesses that they will do best effort to ensure that we employ local in the Glades and in Palm Beach County.
So best efforts, that's in the contract?
It is in the agreement here.
It's in the agreement.
Section, yes.
Best efforts.
Well,
you know, I think we can do better, possibly. If you're working with Career Source, you're working with Palm Beach State College. Are you working with our school system there to work? And Career Source should be doing. I just want to make an assurance, because I've been through too many of these issues. We give incentives, and then employers get people who they bring into the county, and our local people are just not qualified. So I want to be sure that I think Marcia Andrews is the school board leader there. Could we make an effort to contact her with regard to training of our students right from our middle school and high school to begin to get employed by this company?
And we have here today representatives from BDB and also FinFrock, and they have been having that conversation, and I believe they have a card to speak, so they'll be able to expand on that further.
I just want to, and I'm sure they're a good company, because I know it's a Florida company. I like that.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, if you could just let us know that that is in the contract, so that the incentives, the financial incentives that we give, is going to go to the people, and not necessarily to folks who are imported to do the jobs. And what we really need is jobs for kids coming out of our schools as well. So if you could just let me know in writing to all of us that that conversation has been had with Marcia Andrews, our school representative out there, I'd be very, very happy. I think it's a great idea.
Commissioner Sachs, let me just respond to that real quick.
Sure, absolutely.
West Tech is in the Glades Career Readiness Roundtable that meets regularly at West Tech. West Tech has developed a construction academy. This county commission years ago advocated to the legislature for funding for that construction academy. We continue to push for it. So Marcia Andrews is 100% engaged in this conversation.
Commissioner, that's exactly what I needed to hear. That's perfect. Well, I congratulate y'all for getting this started, and I look forward to many more of these companies that will come in and invest in our good labor source here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Mr. Mayor, we have one card.
Mr. Jacobson, did you want to make any comments?
I'd like to.
You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope to be finished in well under that period of time. Bill Jacobson, 105 Narcissus, West Palm Beach, Florida. I'm the local counsel for FinFrock, and I hope I'll have the opportunity to answer Commissioner Sachs' question in this short presentation. We've been looking for, the company was looking for a site for almost 18 months in terms of a South Florida location. And I was asked to come on board and try to locate a property. And during that period of searching, it became evident to me that the people here in this in this room with us from the Business Development Board, were probably the best people to get engaged with for this opportunity. So the purpose of the company being down here, just so we're clear on this, is that it has a location in Apopka. The company's been in existence for about 75 years. It's a multi-generational entity. And what they manufacture are pre-stressed concrete forms, for lack of a better term. They're used in garages, they're used in tilt-up buildings, they're used as floor pieces and otherwise. They're not going to be digging up anything out of the glades. They have no intent to do anything out there other than to manufacture these pre-stressed concrete forms and to ship them throughout the state. And the reason why we've settled on the Glades, happily so, is that it provides access to other parts of the state as a South Florida location, because they can go to the west coast of Florida, they can go to the Miami market, perhaps ship things out of the country, and certainly they can satisfy the southeast Florida coast by trucking out here on Southern Boulevard. So it's a really great central location. I want to, I hope that answers your questions. Okay, great. There are some people that have been instrumental in this process that I really want to thank on behalf of the company. Firstly, Kelly Smallridge from the Business Development Board and Sean Rowan, both of whom are here today, have helped to locate the site for us. We've had Sherry Howard from the county with us, Mayor Wilson and the Belglade Commission, as well as Lomax Harrell, who's been very instrumental in guiding us through this process with his staff out there. And then lastly and not least, I want to thank Commissioner McKinley, who's been a guiding light out there, and all of you, because this is not the first time we've been before this board asking for the support. This just happens to be the last time, we hope. So with that in mind, if there are any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and thank you for your support on behalf of the company.
Very good. I don't see any other questions from members of the board, except Commissioner Bernard.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just want to congratulate Commissioner McKinley on her hard work and the entire Glades community and county staff for working on this project. And, I know that this is a unique situation, but at the same time, I do have all of the trust and faith in Commissioner McKinley and Kelly Smallridge with the BDB. So if there are other opportunities that comes, and this is when it comes to us as the county commissioners for us to make these tough decisions. But I'm glad that we're here and we're able to vote on this. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Thank you. When I first got elected, I told Kelly Smallridge she couldn't leave. She was being heavily recruited to run DEO in Tallahassee, and she made a commitment, I'm not going anywhere until I land something big in the Glades, and we're actually seeing so much interest in the Glades, so I hope that she'll at least last until I term out. I'll have to lock the door in her office so she doesn't leave. But this has been a labor of love, I know, for her 30-year career at the Business Development Board, and for me since well before I was elected. We were working with the Legislative Affairs team to fight for funding in the Glades area for infrastructure improvements that made economic development projects like this possible. So I want to thank our former delegation. I think it was back when we had, when Senator Abruzzo was in the legislature. I'm trying to think of, and I think Kevin Rader may have actually been in the House. I think that was before they switched their seats. And the state delegation was able to appropriate funding for a road improvement that leads back into this property. And just to give you a little bit of an idea geographically of where this is going to be located, this is actually the old prison site in Belglade. The state surplused the land years ago, and the Rionda family and a group of other investors purchased it, and they have been making improvements and doing everything they can to market it for just this purpose. Many of the jobs in the Glades are seasonal, and so trying to diversify the economy to allow for year-round employment and not affecting the need for employment for one of our largest industry there, agriculture, has been a fine balancing act. Of course, when a lot of agriculture turned to machine work, it left a lot of people without a job. And so this will still allow us a workforce for ag, but also allow those families that haven't been able to find other employment an opportunity for year-round employment. And it is $38,000. It's the average salary is $38,000. The median is $33,000, and that doesn't include benefits. And when you're talking about an area with a poverty rate as high as the Glades, it's over 40%. And you're probably looking at a lot of families that don't benefit from a state that refuses to expand Medicaid. Being able to provide benefits to families is equally as important, so we shouldn't lose sight of the value that that will add on top of the average salary in an area where the average household income is $25,000. The average per capita income is $14,000. And depending on where you stand in the Glades area, the unemployment rate hovers somewhere between 16% and 28%, while our coastal communities hover about 5.1%, I think, at last count. So this is huge. I am so excited that they are going to be locating in our wonderful little humble community of the Glades in the city of Belle Glade. I love that Mr. Jacobson highlighted the geographic location of this area. I've been on the business development board and around Kelly long enough. You are within 100 miles of 4 international airports, 3 seaports. You're right at the intersection of US 27 and State Road 80 and not far from State Road 70 to the north. Major transportation hub opportunities in this area. There are 2 rail lines. There's a CSX trail and, of course, the US Sugar Rail. I think there's even a rail spur that pipes right into this property. So many opportunities for this company to grow and to expand what they're doing in a state where the housing market and the construction industry happens to be booming. So we will be doing I'm going to be optimistic that the vote's going to go my way today. We will be doing a groundbreaking later this week, and certainly would ask if you come out to make sure you wear your masks. But my goal in my last 2 years of this term was to continue to reduce the unemployment rate. So this is wonderful news, and I move its adoption.
Commissioner McKinley has moved agenda item forward, seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth. This agenda item is 6D1, A, B, and C. There's no further public comment or comments by members of the board. All in favor, all opposed, that item passes 7-0. Congratulations, and thank you to everybody for your hard work. I don't know, Commissioner Sachs, how you could not figure out what they do from the name FinFrock, but that's on you. All right.
Mayor, I would like to move item 6E1. This is an item for Palm-Tran revision of their fare policy to become effective concurrently, the implementation of a new fare collection and regional interoperability project.
We have seen this agenda item multiple times before. The motion on 6E1 has been made by Vice Mayor Weinroth and seconded by Commissioner Marino. There's no public comment. There's no comments by members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? 6E1 passes 1-0. That concludes the regular agenda. We'll move now to 7A, Commission District Appointments. We'll start to my right with Commissioner McKinley.
I have no appointments.
Commissioner Marino.
Yes, I would like the request of approval for the appointment of Lisa Seymour to the Library Advisory Board.
Ms. Seymour to the Library Advisory Board. Motion has been made by Commissioner Marino and seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth. All in favor? All opposed? That appointment passes 7-0. Any further appointments?
No, but just a comment to go with that. You all have received I'm hoping you all received the information from the library. And if you haven't, please take a look through it, because there's some really good information about how successful our library has been over the last year during COVID. And just one point that I really thought was kind of neat out of this is that our library has become Hoopla's #1 library in Florida for users and loans, and #5 in the country behind San Francisco, Los Angeles, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and Cincinnati public libraries. And our online resources have increased by 89%. So
That's
just a big
awesome.
shout out to our library, and please, this should be in your inboxes, so take a look at it.
We'll make sure to take a look at it, but thank you for highlighting that to us. No further appointments? Vice Mayor Weinroth?
No appointments.
Commissioner Bernard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought I made this appointment, but I don't think I did. I'd like to appoint Michelle McGovern to the BDB.
Second.
We have a motion to appoint Michelle McGovern to the Business Development Board. It's been made by Commissioner Bernard and seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth. No public comment. All in favor? All opposed? The appointment passes 7-0. Any further appointments? Commissioner Weiss?
None, sir.
Very good. Commissioner Sacks?
For District 5, there's Marcia Kahn Wilkins to the Library Advisory Board.
Second.
Just do them all.
Second.
Yeah, if you have a slate, just lay them out.
Should I just do them all, Mr.
Please.
Mayor? Okay. And Larry Schnare to the Palm Beach County Sports Commission, and Lori Dubois to Housing Finance Authority. I need to state that I'm going to replace the current district appointee to the Housing Finance Authority.
We'll take that up separately if you don't
Okay,
mind.
no problem. Thank you.
Very good. The motion's been made by Commissioner Sacks and seconded by Commissioner Weiss in relation to those appointments. All in favor? All opposed? That item passes 7-0. With regards to removal of an appointment, that requires a 5-person out of 7 vote. So please make that motion now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move to replace the current district appointee, who was appointed by my predecessor, to comply with the Housing Finance Authority of Palm Beach County. As you stated, Mr. Mayor, I need to make 2 motions. The first requires an affirmative vote of 5 members of the board. I'm going to move to remove Gary Eliopoulos without cause from the Housing Finance Authority, effective March 15th, 2021.
Very good. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion?
Yeah.
Second. Commissioner Weiss is second in the motion. All in favor? All opposed? The removal of the official has passed 7-0. Do you have an appointment to replace him?
The second motion requires a simple majority, Mr. Mayor, and that's to move to appoint broker realtor Lori Dubois to the Housing Finance Authority, effective March 15th, 2021.
Very good. The motion's been made by Commissioner Sacks, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? All opposed? The appointment passes 7-0. We're going to now move to agenda item 8, staff comments, 8A1. Ms. Baker, you're recognized.
Due to the lateness of time, I'm
Thank
just
you.
going to ask the board to approve the county administrative directive update.
Without objection. Does it require motion? Do we do motion on that? Yeah, it's, okay, without objection. Any further comments? Very good. 8B, County Attorney's Office.
No comments, thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll start with agenda item 9, Commissioner comments, District 1. Ms. Marino, Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to request approval for an off-site proclamation honoring Tequesta Mayor Abby Brennan on her retirement.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Marino, seconded by Commissioner McKinley, in regards to honoring one of my favorite mayors, Mayor Abby Brennan. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0.
I'd like to thank Commissioner McKinley for appointing me to the FAC board, or requesting that I be appointed. Thank you very much.
Appointed.
And lastly, under my comments, I know I've provided a letter in support of SFRTA's request to FDOT to rescope FM 437074-1 PBIA Tri-Rail Station Study to a northern extension of service to the VA Medical Center in Riviera Beach. So as your SFRTA representative, and Commissioner Abrams is in the audience, so if I'd like support to do this, and I know you all have read my notes. If you have any questions, let me know, but otherwise I'm seeking support.
Are you seeking a letter to be written under the county mayor's signature or from you?
I will ask
You pointing at me?
Mr. Abrams.
Okay.
Yes?
All right. Then we'll take a vote on this. Did you have any other comments at all besides pointing at me? Very good. Motion's been made by Commissioner Marino, Second by Vice Mayor Weinroth. All in favor, all opposed. That letter will go out under the county mayor's signature. Any further comments?
That's it. Thank you very much.
Well, I will say it has been wonderful having you in the chamber. And
Well, you know, looking over my shoulder.
Does he want to say anything?
Did you have any comments, please?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Good to see you all. And I wanted to jump up there a couple times during the meeting, but mess up your social distancing. But I went outside. I think I resolved your impact fee issue with the gang outside.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do that. And look, I'm not
When can we expect the check?
prolong this. I just want to be sure I get back to Boca Raton by 7 p.m. so I can vote in the city election. But thank you for your help on that.
Absolutely. We miss you greatly, but congratulations on your great work as the Executive Director to the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority. District 2, Commissioner Greg Weiss, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request an off-site proclamation declaring March 2021 as March for Meals Month in Palm Beach County, and this would be going to our Meals on Wheels program that has been providing lots of meals throughout all of Palm Beach County, but more importantly, done so well throughout this pandemic as well.
Awesome. Motion's been made by Commissioner Weiss and seconded by Commissioner Bernard. All in favor, all opposed. That proclamation off-site passes 7-0. Any further comments? District 3, I have no comments. District 4, Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you. I'm going to defer my comments as far as an item I want to speak to until after our lunch break, if we get one here. I'm just going to ask for permission for 2 or 3 off-site proclamations declaring April 2021 Drowning Awareness Month in Palm Beach County, declaring March 2021 Bicycle Month in Palm Beach County, and a proclamation declaring the week of April 11th through 17th as Palm Beach County Safety Telecommunication Communicators Week.
Very good. The motion has been made for the off-site proclamations by Vice Mayor Weinroth and seconded by Commissioner Bernard. All in favor, all opposed. Those proclamations pass 7-0. Any further comments?
And just to give you a heads up, I'm going to ask for some conversation when we get back later about Peace Community ID program.
Very good. I can't wait to have that conversation. District 5, Commissioner Sachs. Very good. District 6, Commissioner McKinley.
Thank you. A couple of items. First, request for off-site proclamations declaring April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, April 30th, 2021 as Women in Leadership Day, and March 2021 as Women's History Month.
Motion by Commissioner McKinley for 3 off-site proclamations, seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth. All in favor, all opposed. Those items pass 7-0.
I'd also like to thank Isame and her predecessor, Audrey Wolf, as well as Jonathan Brown, Sherry Howard, and their team who oversee our CDBG funding for the long-awaited and successful reopening and dedication of the Pahokee Gymnasium, where the county ended up spending about $1.7 million in CDBG funds. And that, and Commissioner Bernard, you probably know him too, they dedicated the Pahokee Gymnasium to Coach Eddie Rhodes, who he's alive and well, so it's glad that he could see this. But such a long-standing community advocate, so an honor to have him recognized by the city of Pahokee on that. And then the last item that I have, I sent a memo out to you all regarding adjusting our paid parental leave PPM to allow eligible employees to receive 4 weeks of paid leave if the birth of the employee's child resulted in a stillbirth. This comes on the heels of legislation that was filed by my friend Senator Lauren Book out of Broward County. Senate Bill 1368 would add stillborn births to the paid parental leave statute in the state of Florida. And just some backup material from our insurance provider. This is a very rare event. There have been 8 stillbirth events over the past 5 years, so minimal financial impact, but certainly one that I didn't think of when we passed the paid parental leave, but certainly a mother who goes through that should also be entitled some time to recover from childbirth as well.
I couldn't agree more, and I think the board joins you in that vision. I think proper direction is to have this item brought back, so without objection, the direction. No, we're voting on it now? Amend leave?
We currently have a PPM on parental leave. I'll just add this component.
Do you need a motion?
Give me direction and I'll take care of it.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Yes, I have a question, actually. I didn't realize that this was going to be with Senator Book's incoming bill. And my question really is, what happens if someone wants to get a bereavement leave because of a death in the family? How does that affect that? But I think it's a great idea. I just want to be sure that if the bill is not passed through the Senate, then does it matter? Can we move forward on a county level?
Mr. Mayor, if it's okay?
Please.
Sure. What her bill, we're doing something that's related to her bill, but not affected by her bill.
Okay.
Her bill would just allow an employee in the state of Florida who works for the state, not for the county, that works for the state to be eligible for parental leave in the event of a stillborn birth. What we're doing is simply expanding our current existing paid parental leave policy to be able to provide paid parental leave to a mother who experiences a stillborn birth.
Very good. That answers the question as to whether ours is linked to a state bill.
No,
that's
it's
pending.
just
This is our own county thing.
It's just the source of the inspiration behind making this.
It's actually the tradition of the board to be more progressive and move more quickly than the state, and then they follow us.
Interesting. I like that.
Yeah, that's how we roll.
Thank you.
All right, very good. The county administrators are empowered with her authority, so the direction's been given. Any further comments, Commissioner McKinley?
Not today.
All right, and District 7, Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to request an off-site proclamation declaring April 30th, 2021 as the 8th Annual Stand Against Racism Day in Palm Beach County.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Bernard and seconded by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed. The item passes 7-0. We'll be in recess. Did you have any further comments, sir?
I do. Just
Please.
real quick. I just want to thank Commissioner McKinley for presenting the off-site proclamation recognizing Women's History Month. You know, as a father with 3 girls, and I think my little one terrorized my office on Sunday. But, you know, they look up to, you know, like the women who leads this county, Ms. Baker, you know, our county attorney, Denise Neiman, my chief of staff. So, you know, it's very good. It's important for us to recognize women in Palm Beach County and throughout the state of Florida. Thank you.
Very well said. And there's no one better than Commissioner McKinley to be the advocate and representative for that issue. Having said that, we will be in recess until 2 o'clock, where we shall return for matters by the public. Thank you.